Good morning, team. So grateful for you all to be here. I am super excited about this awesome event we are having. I've got to calm down. I'm a little bit too excited and been running to get everything ready and prepped, but we are here. And today we are going to be having a huge event. I'm not sure if we've done anything like this live on YouTube before, but I'm very grateful to bring it to you. We've got presenters in major categories that I teach my students constantly about. On dispatching technology, website development and SEO, optimization and branding. We have topics on financial projections and how they benefit your business. And I can't say most importantly, but definitely one of the major components that you all ask us about is insurance. So stick along for this morning, this afternoon. We're going to be jam-packed presenting. We're going to be answering questions, asking questions. If you have questions during our presentations, I believe most of us are saying, hey, go ahead. We want to address them. I'll be doing the moderation. And each host will be presenting for about 30 to 45 minutes or however long it takes for question and answering, but we're going to try to keep everybody on because everybody has a timeline. So this video will be here and it will also be cross-distributed amongst the rest of us. So you'll be able to access this video time and time again to come and listen and learn. So I want to remind you all about group coaching. There are still slots available. Come on over and get it. And make sure that you visit these other presenters, have conversations with them, be active because this workshop is being presented for you to understand what it really means to be an NEMT entrepreneur. I don't think we're going to be talking about, like buying vans and all that kind of thing. We'll answer questions, but we really want you all to begin to understand what it takes to be an NEMT entrepreneur and some of the thought processes that are behind that. So I'm going to go ahead and start with my portion of the presentation. Make sure that you guys give this video a like. Go ahead and leave where you're from in the comment section so that we can let this video get out for all of those who really need to see what it takes to be an NEMT entrepreneur. All right, let's get started. Thanks, Father. Amen. All right, so we've got NEMT Beginners Workshop presented by Willena McGee. I am your RN/BSN, but most importantly, your NEMT Startup Coach. We are going to be talking about how to build a strong foundation in NEMT. Let's roll. So again, like we started out saying, there is such a big difference between having a company mindset where you are working 9 to 5 for someone else. They tell you what is expected of you. They give you their policy and procedure book. You clock in 5 minutes to 7 minutes before. You get a tardy. You know exactly what spreadsheets you create your day based on whatever assignment you really need to get done that day. That is a corporate mindset. You don't have to think outside of your box. No one asks you to be creative. They just want you to be a worker, and a worker you are, okay? Now, we all have come to an agreement, especially if you're here watching this workshop, that we don't fit into that mode. We don't fit into that mindset of someone consistently telling us what to do, and we're helping them get further in their business. Yet we are receiving no reward from it. We may not get accolades. We may not get recognition. We may not be shown that we're valuable. And as we learn and grow and become wiser, we start to recognize our value in our place of employment. And from there, we decide, okay, it's time for me to open up a business. And a lot of us as new entrepreneurs come across those on social media who are promoting the business, which is a good thing, but are promoting the business as something that is quick, something that is easy, something that you can run and get 100K per year. And that is so, but it's not so. Okay. So if you have a corporate mindset and you go in and you just work this business from 9 to 5, you just go in there and you become a driver. And as a driver for your business, you just pick the patient up and drop the patient off. Then of course you're going to have a corporate mindset in a business that you own. Doing that causes significant problems because who's running the business? If you're just inside of your business working as a driver and you have a company mindset, your business is going to fail, because just like the company that you left, they have CEOs, they have COOs, they have CFOs. All of these individuals are working together behind the scenes to make sure that the operations run smoothly. Now, in your own business, you are all those things. And if you are not operating as CEO, CFO, COO, and strategist, then your business is going to suffer. So this is what this workshop is about. It's shifting from that employee mindset to owner. Therefore, you can start to begin to develop the resiliency that you need and to take accountability for your actions. If something doesn't get done in your business, it's not anyone else's fault, it's yours. You have to take accountability for the mistakes that you make in your business. Even the mistakes of going out and getting insurance and a vehicle. You didn't do the proper research. I'm guilty myself. I did the same thing. So I understand the hurt and the pain that it causes. But at the same time, we got to do our research, take accountability, and be able to shift when it's time to shift. Now, on that, when you do that, when you take that accountability for your actions within your business, you are and embracing those challenges, because it's going to be challenges every single day. One of my students just got an amazing contract, Alicia, with We Simply Care. She literally just got an awesome contract, but now she's got the challenge of making sure she has everything lined up to fill it. So we see that, yes, there are blessings for everything we do in this business, but those challenges and those rewards, they still come with another set of challenges, right? So we want to make sure that because we have those challenges, that we are taking the initiative in decision making. We can't just sit back and say, oh no, I got this contract, what do I do? No, now it's time that we have to make some executive decisions. We've got to be chief executive officer and say, okay, let's look at the budget, let's look at our financing, let's look at our strategies, let's get this thing on and popping. So that is what you should be doing as an entrepreneur. And by doing these things, you build your self-reliance and confidence in yourself to keep on moving forward, because it's all about that long-term vision. It's not about the short term. In the short term, you're not going to be a millionaire. In the short, well, somebody can give you something or something like that. You win a lottery ticket or something. I'm not condoning gambling, but you already know what I'm saying. When it comes to this business, yes, you can make 100K or more in revenue, but that ain't profit. So let's get that mindset out of, this is short-term gain. Within 6 months, I'm gonna get this business up and running and I'm gonna be making this profit. No, sir, no, ma'am. That is not what this is about. So let's start looking at that long-term vision. All right. Oh, I thought I fixed this. All right. So the first thing that I want new NEMT entrepreneurs is to understand that your time, when you clock in at that employee's clock, you are exchanging time for money, which is telling that employer that your time is valuable. Depending on what you decided on when you signed that contract to work with them, on how much your time is worth, you might have said $7 is your value of your time, or $10, or 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 is the value of your time. But there's an exchange of that time in your business. Your time is not exchanged for money right away. Your time is exchanged for value. What you put into it, what you sow into it, is what you're going to receive out of it. If you don't prioritize your task and set clear, measurable goals for yourself and use time management skills, and you just clock in today and you say, okay, I'm gonna work on my business, and you sit down and you get into the next Law and Order series, or you get into whatever it is you watch on Netflix, and you don't prioritize tasks and set clear, measurable goals, you're going to be like some of these individuals that call me. I've been trying to do this thing for 2 years and I just haven't been able to get anything done. And I understand life happens. I get it. I understand it. But what I'm saying is that if you take the time, because you are working on your own business, if you take the time to prioritize what needs to be done and to set clear, measurable goals for yourself and use your time management skills wisely, you are 80% ahead of those who don't. Okay, let's go. All right. I thought I fixed these slides and I didn't. Sorry about this, y'all. But I know what they say. So what do? I've spoken about this before and I want you all to understand it. It is so important to break your goals up into small pieces. You know, if you want to call insurance companies to find out what the rates are for insurance, you know, don't overwhelm yourself, you know, by going in there blindly. First, you've got resources, you've got YouTube videos, you got things like that. Educate yourself on those, on what insurance is an NEMT. So maybe on Monday, you want to break it into a small goal that you're going to learn about the insurances that are required in NEMT. Okay. And then the next day, you're going to find out who in your area services NEMT contracts. And then the next day, you're going to say, okay, now let me put that in my financial budget. So when it's time, and it's not now, but when it's time to get my insurance, that I understand what I'm dealing with. Okay. That is what it's for. That is to help you stay organized, and you can track your progress as you get it done. And it's so rewarding. It's so rewarding when you can see what you've done for the day and you're not just overwhelmed. Oh, I'm not getting anything done, or what did I get done today? No, you have it lined up. You're organized. You know what you did for the day and you can keep it moving. All right. So how do we start goals? There is an acronym called SMART. SMART goals. And every single one of you should be using SMART goals to propel your business. So, first off, we want to set specific goals. That's the S in SMART, which means that you want to clearly define your objective. So today I want to learn about insurance requirements. That is my objective. Now it has to be measurable, which means trackable and quantifiable, meaning that you have to be able to see what you did in that, right? So then now that's where you say, okay, today I'm going to watch 3 videos talking about, or read 3 blogs, or go investigate on 3 websites, or go look and do something where I'm going to set 3. I love the number 3, 6, and 9. And so 3. So we're going to have 3 goals that we are going to use to track. Okay. Now they have to be realistic and achievable. Again, if I only have 3, I might only be able to do 2, but 3 is realistic. If you have 24 hours in a day and that you set yourself off 1 day a week that you work on your business, either for 8 or 12 hours, it's very realistic, if you're staying on time, to be able to educate yourself about something realistic in the business, right? 3 things. Now, they have to be aligned again with your business goals. You don't want to just keep watching stuff that's like, what is it teaching you? Is it feeding you the hype? Is it feeding you and making you feel overwhelmed because you're not there yet? You're trying to get there, and now you're hyped up, you're ready to do something, but you don't know what you want to do. So whatever it is that you're learning needs to be aligned with your business goals. Okay, I might be weak in my financial standing, or I may not understand Word, or I don't know how to open documents on my computer. Well, that means that I need to be setting achievable goals of learning how to do those things, learning how to manage a spreadsheet. These are business goals. And that's what I want you all to understand, team, that we have to start getting into that entrepreneurial mindset. And from those goals, again, a day, time set bound, being able to have a time limit set on your goals. You don't want to just say, okay, my goal is to have to investigate 3 of them, and you do one, and you say, oh, I'll get it tomorrow. No, if you set a goal for yourself to do something, then you need to get it accomplished, because again, you are exchanging your time, not for money, what you do in a company. You are exchanging your time for value. Okay, what you plant today is the seed and what you're going to sow tomorrow. So we have to make sure that we're putting something in the ground, that we are doing something on our business every single day, even if it's just to prioritize your goals. Come on, let's roll. Have a clear roadmap. Have a business plan. Importance of a business plan. I'm telling you, I'm so sick and tired of individuals. I can see them on the in Facebook, and they're like, "How do I get clients?" And I'm like, "That's a person that don't have a business plan." Hey, here I am. Come get your business plan. And I'm shocked at how many people don't take me up on the offer of getting a business plan. A business plan is your absolute roadmap. You have a roadmap set for you when you are born. You have a roadmap that says that you're going to go to preschool, you're going to go to K4, K5, and then after that, you're going to complete 1 through 12 of high school. And if you don't complete, and they even have an injunction, if you don't complete 1 through 12, then okay, we'll give you a GED. Okay, you have a clear roadmap set for you from the time that you are born by the government. They tell you exactly how you're going to do, and then you're going to get a job, and you're going to work 9 to 5, and this is what we're going to do for you. They have a clear roadmap. So why would you not have a clear roadmap and a business plan for something that you are going to exchange time for value in? You have to get out of the corporate mindset and remember that you are working for yourself. And when you are working for yourself, you have to have a plan. All right. Next, when you have a business plan, you are defining your mission and your vision. And I'm so sick of seeing, I know ChatGPT, I love ChatGPT, y'all, but y'all using ChatGPT wrong. ChatGPT should not be a cut and copy paste. ChatGPT should be your vision coming out, and chat just helping you to reword it. Not just I do reliable, punctual, compassionate care. Those may be things that you do, but your mission should be more than that. If you're coming into a service-based industry to transport people who need life-saving treatments and life-saving care in order to live, and that's your mission, that's your only mission that everybody else has, then I have to ask, why are you truly in the business? I'm just asking. I'm just saying. All right. I'm sorry. So that brings me to the importance of analyzing your target market. Who are you aiming for specifically? We got to get out of this broad spectrum view of being an entrepreneur, of that, oh, I'm just going to go anywhere and everywhere and I'm going to get a customer. That is not so. I'm telling y'all, there are hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of y'all coming into this industry on a daily basis. The brokers have their choice. The customers, they have their choice. So you have to begin to niche down and to identify your target market on who you're actually aiming for. I have videos on this, so I advise y'all to go and start looking at those videos. I'm in my members only section. I have the whole Ride to Success course going on. So I don't want to spend too much time here because I teach about it all the time. Let's roll. Sorry about my slides. All right. So the importance of business planning. You create financial projections that align with your business strategy. No, you don't have to have a college degree to do this business. No, you don't. You don't have to have a college degree, but you better understand business strategies. You better understand business principles. You better have a plan for your business. You don't have to have a college degree. Absolutely not. But you better understand what it takes to run a company. That's right. Because if you don't, how are you going to be able to review and adapt your plan? If you just running it, if you're just running the business and you don't understand how to be the CEO and the CFO and the COO of your company, how do you know what you're doing is working? All right, let's roll. Utilizing resources. If you guys have any questions, comments, go ahead and leave them in the chat. Utilizing your resources and your networks. Team, the Small Business Development Center is a free resource. It is a free resource that you can use that is going to teach you all the elements of what you need to become an entrepreneur, to shift your mind from corporate to an entrepreneurial mindset. They have business funding courses. They have business management courses. They have financial management courses. All of them giving you the elementary side of business strategy. They give you the elementary portion of it. And most of us coming from a company corporate world and coming into an entrepreneurial standing, we have to learn those things. And yes, it's a little painful. Anything new that you do is painful and it's scary, and and there's an element of fear, but you have to get over that because you're saying, I'm a business owner. So access your small business development centers and begin networking with them. Okay. And when I talk about networking with local businesses for your non-emergency medical transportation, I'm not talking about hospitals. I'm not talking about rehab facilities and all those things. Yes, we want to get in contact with them eventually, but there's tons. There's tons of local businesses. Contact your chamber of commerce. See who's in your industry. Look at them and begin go into those networking events. People that you can go shake hands with and say, here I am. I'm here. I'm new, but I'm willing to learn. Be willing to learn. Have a learning attitude, a teachable attitude, instead of thinking, okay, I'm about to start this business and I've got this. And, no, not in this industry. It's different. And we're going to have, like I said, we're going to have many others that are going to come on and talk to you about it. So let's roll. Use community resources for support. I talked to you about that. And then also SCORE mentoring. They are an excellent resource. They actually pair you up with someone one-to-one who is going to help you get through the process of opening your business. So these are free resources for individuals who aren't ready for the coaching, like with one-to-one coaching. I encourage you to use these free resources to change your mind from a corporate standpoint to an entrepreneurial standpoint. And when you're ready for those strategies and on how to actually run this business, don't go out and get a van and some insurance, because I'm not going to work with you if you got an insurance and a van and all that stuff beforehand. I'm not doing that. But you come to me and you tell me, hey, I've got, I've been working with SCORE. I've been working with this individual, and I just need to get niche specific and find out exactly what we need. Come on, let's roll. Let's roll. And then finally, attending industry events for connections. I want you all to start understanding that this is an industry. And before you decided to get up in it, there were other people already here. They were already there. You are encroaching on their territory. We are coming in with driving the industry down a hole because we think that we know the industry, because we picking people up and taking them to their their appointments. But y'all not business owners. You're not switching the mindset. So I want you all to understand that it's time to get real and look at some of these other industry people who are in here who have been running in this business. I don't know the industry 100%. I'm learning. And as I'm learning, I'm teaching y'all. You got to get out here and expand your mindset and see who's actually in this business, who's actually in this industry, and what they have been doing. Use them as your role models, the ones who have been going and doing this for 20 years and who have had to do the hustle and the grind and that are telling you all to slow down. Slow down. Don't speed up. Slow down. The best thing that I could do when my students call me and say, "Coach, I'm struggling in this area. I'm gonna have to go back to work for a little bit so I can get this money, so I can stack up, so I can do get this website developed or whatever." And I'm like, "Go ahead. It's still gonna be here. I want you to be set up correctly. I'm not trying to get some people out there and so that they put all this money into their into this business, and then 2-3 years later they file in bankruptcy." I've been there. I've done that. I don't have any intention of telling anybody else to do it. No. Get real industry connections, y'all. Real industry connections. Next, let's talk about state certifications and contracts. I'm telling you right now. Why don't you have clients? Because I'm sure that you're not doing the proper steps in getting these certifications. The federal government and the state government, the local government entities, they all have what's considered set asides. Set asides. Every state, every contract has to have at least 11% when you're dealing with government. I'm not talking about nursing homes, y'all, but when you're dealing with the government, they have 11%. It may have risen a little bit higher, are set aside for those individuals who have certifications. Then now certifications run on your state level and they run on your federal level. Federal level, I work on helping individuals who are wanting to do more federal government contracting. So I tend to have my peeps, go individually for the state level, because if we do the federal level, you're gonna know how to do the state, right? But it's so important that we make sure that we are getting these certifications on our business, because we have contracts that are literally set aside for us when we have the right setup. It's that simple. Now, how it's not good enough. Okay, so that's stage two. That's stage two. I'm working on my stage two now. I've been startup coach for the last year, and so my businesses are going that I've been working with are going into their second and third year. So we are going into that second base, right? So we have to understand the bidding process. It's not good enough to just have those certifications. That's surface layer, okay? But we got to get underneath there and begin to understand, how do you do government contracting? It's not as simple as, okay, I got these certifications and now everybody's going to use me. No, because if that was so, everybody be doing it, right? And everybody's not doing it. So you have to take, again, a learning process. There is a learning curve. So starting early in your business, thinking like a entrepreneurial mindset instead of corporate mindset, will get you into the understanding that when you come to work with me, we're learning these processes. These are important, because if you don't understand why you have something, then you're not going to be able to apply it correctly into your business. And at the end of the day, you're going to be looking at me like, "Coach, what happened?" I'm gonna make sure I got answers for you, because I don't want that bad testimonial. I don't want my clients come back and say, "Oh, she didn't set me up right," or "Oh, she didn't do this and that right." No, we're gonna understand these processes. All right, building self-pay clientele. You have to. You have to. Those that are setting you up to be broker dependent with these broker lists and not taking the time out with you to teach you how to create a self-paying clientele are doing you an injustice. It is an injustice to you, because if you become broker dependent, Medicaid only pays a small amount. It's Medicaid. I mean, I understand. They're like, oh, I can make good money. No, you can make good revenue. That's not that they gonna use you just the way that you using them. They're gonna pay you as little as they can to take these individuals, and I love them. I deal with Medicaid patients all the time, but sometimes these can be some entitled folk. They can be entitled, they can be rude, they can be inconsiderate of your stuff. They're not, they don't care. They on Medicaid and they get it all free. So you all keep going for these brokers dealing with Medicaid when there are real individuals looking for real services who are willing to pay for it out of pocket. And my clients tell me all the time, my students say, Coach, are you sure this gonna work? Are you sure? Are you sure? And I'm like, just trust me. Just trust me. Go through the process. Get your Google ads running. And they're like, oh, we get calls. And I'm like, yes, you're gonna get calls when you do the right thing. So you have to build your self-paying clientele. You have to offer a driven service. Right now, y'all go check out my market research. I'm sorry, not my market research, my marketing and sales planning video, because I can't go on here too long because I'm gonna have to pass the baton. But I want you guys to go look at that video on marketing and sales strategies. It's only going to be up throughout the weekend, and then it's going into the members only section. So go watch that video, okay? and building self-paying clients, let me just talk about this, is so that you can go ahead and come up off these brokers. It is okay. It is okay to go ahead and use the brokers to start, but that is only to start. That's not where you want to stay. It's like, I mean, and I know it happens, and I know life happens and everything else, and I'm not talking about anyone, but I just want you to get the concept. When we start our career working at 16 years old and we hit that McDonald's or we hit Chick-fil-A or whatever it is that we work at 16 years old, that is a starting point. That is typically not where we end. You know, we either go and get some type of certification, become a CNA, become a paralegal, or, you know, we go ahead and go to college, technical college, and do something else. Or, you know, we might even go to college and get a college degree, or get, you know, and maybe excel even beyond that to get a master's or a PhD. But McDonald's might have been our starting point, and that's okay, because it taught us the skills that we needed to continue forth. And it's the same thing with the brokers. Starting with the brokers is okay, because it's going to teach you the hustle and the grind of getting patients picked up and dropped off on time. It's going to build your character. It is. So I'm not saying don't go with brokers, but what I am saying is that you should be building your self-pay clientele simultaneously, so that when it's time to get up off those brokers, you are ready. Okay, let's keep moving. Now, creating effective business strategies. We talked about it. You got to define clear business goals. Again, we go back to those SMART goals. When you're just starting out, you got to make sure that you use that acronym for SMART goals. And we just take it and we apply it right over there to your business plan. Come on over and get your business plan. But you want to define business goals. You want to identify your market, and you want to look at your competitors. That again is in your business plan. You want to, me and my students, we literally go through and we look at the competitors in your state. Who is the dominant force going on? And then we compare it. What is their strengths? What is their weaknesses? What are their opportunities? What are your threats? Because when I know what you're going into and who you're facing, if you're facing in Texas, Ride and Share, and, you know, in Florida, some of these other companies, you know, I know who you're up against. So that way we can create a strategy so that you can rise above it. You can rise above it. And so that allows you to leverage your strength and address your weaknesses. That's what strategy is. It's not going in there blind where I got a broker list, I got a self-pay, you know, I'm going to go out here with some flyers. No, you got to have a strategy to run your business. Let's keep it moving. Just talked about it. Plan for long-term sustainability. I talked about this previously in that marketing plan video that I did on Ride to Success yesterday. I got into this business through an ex-husband who had a friend who was literally, and I'm not kidding, we're all grown folk, but he was a crackhead. He had a great business mindset. He knew what he was doing. Hey, Akram, thank you. He knew what he was doing. Hey, Louise, too. Thank you, girl. Thank you. I see you now, too. He had a great business mindset, but he was a crackhead. Okay. And he saw the opportunity in NEMT. And from that opportunity, my ex-husband, he was a smart individual, but he didn't really have business sense. He was coming from corporate America. So he didn't really have that sense, but he was going with them because he knew that this individual had it. Good morning. Good morning. So Avendo, thank y'all for showing up. Thank you. It is going to be on YouTube. So what ended up happening is, I call it, what ended up happening is that they ran it into the ground. They ran the business 3 years, 4 years, and I talk about it in that other video. They ran that sucker into the ground. They had so many, they were making $20,000, $30,000 a month from the brokers. I mean, doing it big. But they used the crackhead model where they were only on the brokers. They didn't extend, they didn't get any contracts outside of that. They were literally just going with the broker. So when the brokers changed the rules, and when they said, oh, we're no longer reimbursing for X, Y, and Z, and oh no, we're not giving wait times in anymore, and oh, our mileage prices just decreased, their revenue started to decline. And then they had insurance issues where they had been, crackhead model was wrecking up their vehicles, tearing up their stuff. They had records pop. It was a whole mess. I'm not even going to talk about it because I don't even want to get nobody in trouble, but it was a mess. Crackhead model. Not planning for long-term sustainability, not understanding the life cycle of a well-managed company, not understanding that there's going to be ups and then there's going to be downs, and that in those, we're going to look at it on the next slide. Oh, it's not there, but that when you see let me see if it's back here. Right here, when we see the conception of a business, that there's a birth cycle, there's a rapid growth, and and that's what happens. Y'all get on that broker and you be like, oh, rapid growth, I'm good. And then you go out shopping and you don't invest all your money back into your business. And then all of a sudden you see your growth slow down because now you got more expenses. And so now you got that slowing growth. And you kind of reach this plateau where it's like, what do I do? And that's when y'all call me. What do I do? I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm like, y'all, come on. Stop thinking with a company mindset and start thinking with an entrepreneurial mindset. We got to put some strategies in place. We have to know who our customers are. We have to stop using brokers exclusively and build the other areas of our business. That's the only way that you're going to go from that plateau area and prevent that decline and eventually that demise. So what your company should look like is, when we go over here, the life cycle of a well-managed company is that where you see right here where that interacts right there. It's where you see that you're having your period of slowing. You start creating interventions way here at that second line at the bottom, so that it's all, your strategies are constantly coming up and down, and it's intertwined. So you're always trying new things. You're always being innovative, and you're seeing what works. And as you see what works, you keep it, right? But as things are changing, you pivot. And it's hard to understand those concepts, team, if you're still stuck in a corporate mindset. This is a business. All right, let me continue to move. All right. She said, I have already had my NEMT, but I would love to put my business to the next level. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I'm here. Come on. Let's do it. Love how her coaching. Oh, thank you, Michelle. Thank you, thank you. She says she's good at what she's doing. Love how her coaching, she gives you confidence on what you are about to do. That's right. Let's roll. We do it. Look, I know. I've been through it, and I know the challenges of this business. I tell y'all all the time. My husband's like, "Why y'all you tell people that I wouldn't do it again?" Because I wouldn't. It was too stressful. I literally have a trigger. I'm triggered. Like I got PTSD from my experience of opening an NEMT. But that's why I am so passionate and so driven to teach you all. Don't make the same mistakes that I did. I had to go to college. I had to go back to school to learn these skills. I had to work with hundreds of people and help NEMT providers like you navigate all of those areas that you don't think about because you don't know and people aren't showing you. They're not teaching you all what it really is. So I said, I guess I got to do it. Use me. Here I am. Thank you, Father. I'm here. That's what I'm doing. All right. Thank you, Michelle. Big heart to you too, girl. Big heart. Thank you for showing up. All right. So let's see. All right. Questions and answers. I got a few minutes. We have actually several minutes. So y'all go ahead and shoot away. I know y'all got some questions and some questions about starting your NEMT. Good morning, Shy. I see you, girl. Good morning, everyone. Thanks again, Coach, for helping me create an amazing business plan. Thank you. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I know that I know you had some challenges there, girl, but you showed up and you still there. I'm proud of you. Keep on going. Every one of y'all, all my students, I can't tell you. Then it's like it's more than just students. We're like friends. Like I literally have met so many sisters and brothers, and working with you all, it has been one of the best experiences working with my students. So what questions do you have? Our next presenter, let me go ahead and show, because that's all I've got. Make sure that if you want to book a session with me, come over to my website at www.nemtstartup.net. You can subscribe to my newsletter. I do email marketing and email newsletters, which you all should be doing, right? Okay, all right. So you guys are going to be starting that too, but I do give you guys a newsletter and tell you what's coming up, show you the releases of the new videos. And I do give discounts, special offers, especially now we're going to be running into the holidays. So you guys look for your specials. But when it comes to group coaching, it is what it is. That's the price. But y'all come over, get that group coaching. We have an exclusive Facebook group. He said, I can't wait to use her service. Let's roll. Yes, let's do it. We have an exclusive Facebook group that talks about that I put everything in. It's absolutely free. All my students have access to that group. I'm trying to get y'all to be a little bit more vocal in there, say hello, talk to each other, network, team up. Great place to learn from others like myself. I know a couple of my students, Andy and they were on the look, I'm losing my track. Y'all are encouraging me, got me all nervous. But they talk to each other on a daily basis. They talk to each other on a daily basis, and I love it. They encourage each other. It's an interchange of faith. They keep each other motivated, and they call me when they have questions, or when they're not, when they're whatever's going on, and I can tell the other one, hey, make sure you tell the other one to get that done, right? So it's so rewarding to me to see that Facebook group grow. I do one-to-one mentorship, which means I walk you through the process. And my motto is that, hey, your success is truly my success. If you fail, it's because of me. That's my accountability, right? So I do everything I possibly can outside of standing on my head to make sure that you all have the tools that you need. And where I don't know, because I don't know everything, I'm going to do my best to find you the resource of someone who can do what I can't do, right? So y'all come on over. The courses are still being developed. The Ride to Success course, it is on YouTube in the members only section. I do a recording every single Friday at 11 o'clock unless something major comes up, but I do make it up. And so you can go over and watch that Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then it goes into the members only section, membership level 2, and it goes into the exclusive Facebook group. There's my timer. Remember that I do offer what's your state offers. You will surprise what you. That's right. She gives you. That's right. Amen. Thank you, Michelle. Michelle says, whatever task she gives you to do, she leads you to the right direction. Amen. That's right. I do my best, y'all. I forgot I could do this. And then you will be surprised at what your state offers. Amen. Yes. I'm telling you, y'all, this I love what I do. I love what I do. And so it's taken me a while because of nerves and everything else to really find my own brand, my own personality. But I believe in the Most High. I put him first. And he leads and he guides me to teach and to show you all the way so that you don't get stuck on that wide path that everyone is taking and leading to destruction. We want to be on the narrow path. There was only 8 folk on the boat, y'all. Only 8 folk on the boat. So I want you all to stop thinking like that this is just let's roll and go. No, this is truly a business that takes time to develop. And we want to make sure that we do take our time to develop our businesses. If it takes you 6 months, great. If it takes you a year, wonderful. But if it takes you longer than that, that's okay. So we just want to make sure that we take our time in growing our business. All right, so I still have time to kill. Our next presenter is going to be Adam Hoeksema. He is, I don't know if you guys have seen Bambi, Bambi's YouTube page. We're going to have all of those listed later on the on this web. We'll have all of their information on there. Oh, why is it saying? Hold on, y'all. Oh no. Hold on. Oh, I'm about to be in trouble. Hold on. I gotta plug in. There we go. Technology. I had everything else plugged in. But Adam Hoeksema is going to bring you financial projections. I'm very strong on the business planning side, and I'm very skilled on that, but I'm not so great on the financial projections because that's just not my expertise. So I've tried to do it, and if you force me to do it, I will. But I strongly recommend Adam for your actual usage of your financial projections, and we'll leave his information. I believe his company is Project Hub, and he's out of Indiana. I'm like, yay, that's my home state, right? Born and raised, well, not born and raised, was raised in Indiana, and family's in Michigan. So I'm here in South Carolina, loving it. So I love all y'all peeps on my Eastern seaboard. All right. So any questions? Come on, y'all. Bring me some questions because I literally got time to kill. Adam's up at 11:15. So I don't want, we're going to be going through this all day. Let me just give you the lowdown of who's going to be here. Pop those questions in the comment section. I know they take a minute to come up, so I'll see them and we'll address them. All right. So we've got Adam is coming on at 11:15, and then we've got Tasif Ahmed. He's going to be on at 12:15. He's going to talk about business branding and development and website design. Y'all, I keep telling y'all about these websites. I look at them. I really do. Like, I got students out of Washington, D.C. I've got students out of New York. I've got students out of Jersey. I've got students out of Pennsylvania, Virginia, Ohio. They're everywhere. Like, I think the last time I counted, I was up to 30 students, that I take pride in being responsible for and helping their businesses to grow. So, in a year we got 30 going, and I'm like, this is an amazing thing. But what I've come across over being able to care and nurture these students is that some of y'all got these horrible websites. I'm sorry. I'm just like, I don't want to be so blunt, but I got to. These websites are just all over the place, and I'm just, they're on Yelp, and it's so y'all not doing no advertising, and it's just messy out here. So that I had to bring Tasif on to really show you guys what the importance of these websites are in developing a good, strong website that has SEO. And it's not going to be cheap. And I said this in my marketing strategy and planning video that's up right now on live. Stop having the mindset of a $250 website. Oh, look, Louise she said, I just put my deposit down for my website today. Go ahead, girl. Go ahead. I'm telling you. Look, Tasif is not cheap. He's not cheap. And I'm glad he's not cheap, but he works with me directly. So if I pivot and I change something up, he's the first one to know. And he knows, hey, we're pivoting, we're changing things up, and this is what's going in the websites. And we have a synergistic relationship where we are working together to build these websites for providers like you. So yes, I mean, he is my go-to guy on website design. And he's not cheap, but he shouldn't be. It's good work. It's great work. I mean, I'm looking at what y'all have out here right now, and it's like Dollar General specials. I mean, I'm for real. And Dollar General. So I need y'all to really start focusing and paying attention on what you're paying for. And if it's going to take you a little while to get that money together, look. Yeah, Shy says yes. Tasif is the best at what he does. He's worth it. I'm telling you. It's so worth it. I mean, I see what y'all putting out right now on these websites, and again, I say to you guys that save. It is okay to delay your launch. You should have a launch date in mind on when you want to start your business, but it's okay to delay your launch to make sure you have everything in line, because it's not going anywhere. It really isn't. People are always going to need medical healthcare transportation. They're always going to need this service. And it doesn't matter if Medicaid stops paying for it. If Medicaid stops paying for it, people's families are going to come together to make sure that their family members get to dialysis. So, I mean, it's a service that's always going to be needed. And there's great opportunity in it. It just has to be done correctly. And it's okay to take your time. Okay. All right, so let's talk. Who else I got on here? We got a few more minutes before Adam comes up. So we talked about Tasif, we talked about Adam, and I don't think there's anybody in here that doesn't know who Nirav is. Like, look, if y'all didn't see that wild and crazy video, I was a little bit offended because he was in South Carolina and didn't come to see me. I'm like, what? How did you get to South Carolina and didn't call me? But I'm gonna watch my microphone. But I was so excited and ecstatic to see that commercial. It was wild. It was crazy. If you haven't gone and seen it, go see it on his YouTube channel, Bambi's YouTube channel. Is phenomenal. I love it. I love everybody that was in it. It was amazing. And when I tell you, his channel has so many resources, I was like, I gotta say, I had to go in prayer because I got jealous. I was like, wait a minute. Nirav is like kicking my tail in subscribers to box, but then I had to remember, wait a minute, we use different keywords. So okay. But go over to his channel. When I tell you, if you want to know who's in this industry, You need to be over there. Again, every single industry has its major players and has its key, those people who have been there since day one, those 20-year individuals, those organizations that have been around for a while, that you want to learn who they are and go shake hands, right? You want to know who they are. Go over the nearest channel. I promise you're going to see them. You're going to find them. So go over there and then, go over to LinkedIn. Once you see them on their channel, go to LinkedIn and follow them and see what they're doing. That is the best way to learn, is by someone else's pattern. You don't want to steal their whole concepts, and you don't want to do everything that they do. No. But again, you want to evaluate their strengths. You want to see what their weaknesses might be. You want to see what the threat might be coming in. And then from there, you can create a strategy so that you can pivot. That's what we want to do. We want to pivot. So you all go over there to Bambi, after the stream today, and begin to see some of the major players who are in this industry and listen to what they have to say. It's going to set your business up to excel above the rest of those who haven't found this channel, who don't know who I am and don't know who these players are, who are just doing the crackhead model, and they're going to end up failing within 3 years. They don't have the support system of someone who's going to tell them, hey, don't do that. Don't do that. Stop. Chill. It ain't right. Don't do it. If you don't have that person in your life, when you go to make a critical mistake, or if you make that mistake because you didn't listen to the person telling you not to do it, at least that person can help you to figure out another strategy on how to get out of the mistake that you just made, if there's a way to get out of it. So these are things that a lot of you all are not considering when you go into this business and you're doing it alone. And when you come to the first challenge, then you want to call me and I'm telling you, hey, and you're like, hey, I got this set up. I got this set up. Why is it going to cost me that much? And I'm like, because it's actually more time. It's more time that I'm spending with you and more effort than if you were set up correctly. So, I'm definitely, you're getting the same investment that someone who hasn't made the mistakes and who's coming into it the correct way. You're getting the same investment, and you're getting more of my time. So, thank you. You are so informative and compassionate. Thank you. Look, I think I'll be fussing. My husband calls me Mama Lena. He says, you be fussing. And I just say, I'm not fussing. I'm just trying to tell people what it's really about. Because some of these individuals will have you out here really thinking that you are getting into something that is a start and complete making profit within no time, and that's not how it is. It does, you will have, I'm not knocking anybody's blessing, because it can, with the work and the dedication, it absolutely can get to that level. There is so much opportunity in this business, but you got to get out of the mindset that it's an overnight sensation. You got to remember that some of these people had PPE loans to elevate them to get more vans. They had idle loans to help them get through the crunch. Individuals like myself who didn't have that assistance because I wasn't already started up, they failed. That's why you only have a few representing success in the industry, is because they were able to get over that lifestyle hump of that plateau. And if you don't have the strategies in place to get over that hump, you're going to start on that decline. So you should be able to just share the live through YouTube. You can just do share. You can share it. It's on YouTube. So if you're on YouTube and you come out and you out of the screen and be able to. So the question is, how can I share your live with my dispatch? All you got to do is share it. Yep. And please, y'all, like, share, subscribe to the channel. Get this thing out here. We trying to educate here, y'all. We are trying to educate you all into what this industry is really about, and to understand that it is a true industry. And before everyone started coming in here, there was other folk here first. And so we are dealing with their rules. And if you don't know what their rules are, you're going to run it out. You're going to do the crackhead model. You're going to run it out. And then at 3 years, maybe 4, your company is going to be no more. And you're going to be like some of the other ones, like me, who's like, I got to go back to my 9 to 5 job. and, and be crying, watching your vehicle get pulled out the driveway by, oh my goodness, they pulled my baby out of the driveway and left streaks in the driveway so I could look at it for a couple of weeks. I mean, you talk about the depression of seeing something that you worked for just go down the toilet because you didn't know who you were dealing with within the industry. You didn't really understand the components and the mechanisms that take place in the industry. No, you don't have to have a college degree, but you better have sense. That's it. Don't think that you can just run it. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. All right. And let's talk about the last individual. We got just a few more minutes before Adam gets up on here. Yes. Excited. So, Marc Crawford. Let me talk about Marc. Look, when I tell you, like, Marc is literally my best friend right now. Okay. Let me see. Let me see what that say. I think we all need you. I love your honesty. Thank you. I'm glad to be here. I told you, I said, here I am. Send me. Just give me the strength and the strength and the guidance to be able to do it, Father, because I know on my own I am weak and I do not know what I'm doing, but He gives me the strength, He gives me the wisdom, and He helps that knowledge to just come through, and I'm grateful for it. Amen. Thank you for that. So we have Marc Crawford, who I'm telling you is the man of the hour. We had another individual who was going to be on, and at the last minute, some things came up, and unfortunately, he was unable to present. And when I tell you, Marc didn't know me from Adam. And I called him. I went on the Nirav's channel. Let me tell you, that's how it happened. I went on the Nirav's channel because I was like, who am I going to get to replace insurance? And this happened on Monday. Was it on Monday? I think it was Monday, right? I think it was either Monday or Friday. I can't remember. But this happened like early in the week, and I was totally terrified. I see Adam coming up, and I'll go ahead and get him on here in just one moment. But we had I totally went on to Nirav's channel and I said, okay, let me find the insurance. So I looked on there and I played that recording for like 5 or 6 minutes, got the intro, got the understanding. I said, okay, he knows what he's talking about. I said, okay, let me call him. And I searched him out. I had his information on there and I called his receptionist line and they let me leave a message with him. And when I tell you, he called me back and he was just so compassionate and just so understanding. And he was just like, sure, I'll do it. He was like, I love it. I'd love to help you out. And I was just like, thank you. So we were able to complete this program and give you someone in the insurance area who is going to be able to actually answer your questions. And so without any further ado, I see Adam here. So I'm going to join him on and I'm going to let him introduce himself and get this party started. Amen. Hey, Adam.
Hey, how are you doing?
I am doing well. Super pumped up. It's getting busy in here. So excited about what we're doing today. How are you?
Doing well. Happy to be here.
I'm glad you're here. And I was telling the audience earlier, I didn't realize until I was doing a little bit more research that you are from Anderson, Indiana.
Yeah, I think, and I saw that I saw one of your videos. You said Indianapolis maybe is your hometown.
Indianapolis, but I lived
Okay.
in Newcastle.
Oh,
Yes.
really? Okay.
Yes.
I'm in Middletown, Indiana. Is actually where I live.
Oh,
So.
yes, I have a friend that was from Middletown. So yeah, we went to IU East together for nursing school, and we used to hit those streets. I was younger
Yeah.
then. Well,
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
great.
Mhm. I thank you for being here, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take myself off the stage and go ahead and let you do your thing. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. All right. So I'm going to try to share my screen here. Let's see. Okay. I think we're working. Looks like you should be able to see the spreadsheet that I've got pulled up. But let me, I'm going to actually start by just doing a little bit of intro to what we do here. Okay. Thanks for letting me get that set up. So yeah, my name's Adam Hoeksema. I am the co-founder of Projection Hub, and we started the business back in 2012. And what we do is help people create financial projections for startups and small businesses. My background, I actually spent 12 years as the executive director of an SBA lender. And so I kind of come to the financial projection and business planning work that we do at Projection Hub. I come to that with the kind of SBA loan perspective. And so our main business here is we have a number of financial projection templates and spreadsheet templates that we have built, and we have a number of industry specific ones that we've built out over time. And so folks will buy a template and fill it out on their own. That's kind of the do-it-yourself option, or they will hire us and say, "Hey, well, could you just fill this thing out for me?" And so we do a lot of that as well. Yeah, and this is our team. We've got Grace Cisna, who's our CPA. Kyle Fawcett worked with me as a SBA lender for a number of years as well, and he's our director of marketing. And then Brooks Ford is a financial modeler as well, and his claim to fame on the team is that he actually is the only one that has also gotten an SBA loan of the group as a business owner himself. So we've been on the side of doing the lending, or that's my background. But he's also been a business owner and received an SBA loan for his businesses in self-storage. So I've already kind of shared a little bit about what we do, the projection templates, the custom services that we offer, and then just offering free kind of support and consultation with clients. So what I plan to do today is take a look at our NEMT financial projection template and kind of walk you through that. And then I'm also going to kind of, I guess, first maybe start with a little bit on the SBA side, just to, I don't know in terms of the audience who might be looking for an SBA loan or not. So we give a little bit of perspective on the SBA since, yeah. So let me pull this little calculator tool up. And feel free, I don't know if, I will make sure to leave some time at the end to take any questions, but also feel free to interrupt me as well. I don't need to just keep talking the whole time. So if there's questions along the way, feel free to interrupt. Okay, so I thought this could be maybe helpful from a SBA perspective before I really dive into the projection, since typically the reason people might need to create a set of projections is because they're trying to raise capital, an SBA loan or investment to either start or grow their business. So one of the things that I've struggled with clients a lot lately is that they will work on a business plan, they'll work on a set of projections, and they'll put a lot of time and effort in and spend money. And then they realize that, oh shoot, I wouldn't qualify for an SBA loan really because of my personal finances. And so I want to just kind of level set with everybody on what you should expect from an SBA perspective in terms of how much you might be able to borrow kind of from the beginning here. So the very simple rule of thumb way I like to think about it is that you need to have 20% of whatever your total project cost is. You need to have 20% of that in cash or, easily liquidated investments or something. In order to get an SBA loan. So here's the example. If you had $50,000 of cash or liquid investments, you could probably, I can't promise you, but you could the maximum SBA loan that you're probably going to qualify for is $225,000. So the way that we get to that, and if I change this, so let's say we had 10,000. So basically what we're doing here is we're saying $5,000 or half of this is going to be your 10% equity or it's like a down payment for your SBA loan. And then you can borrow the other 90% of the project. So if you had $10,000, you take $5,000, that's your kind of down payment, and you borrow the other $45,000, and you could have a $50,000 kind of a project here, right? And the reason that you take half of this as your down payment is because SBA lenders want you to have, they don't want to take your last dollar as your down payment. Okay. So that's why we say, even if all you need to actually invest is 10% of the total project, that's kind of the SBA minimum or kind of standard. The lenders don't want that to be your last dollar. They want you to have something left over so that, you can cover your personal expenses and, and have some wiggle room. So that's why we usually say you should have another 10% that's still in your bank account or in your savings account and available. So that kind of helps you think through, what might be possible in terms of an SBA loan. The other thing I would just like to note is that you are going to, if you're a 20% owner or more, you're going to need to personally guarantee the loan. If you have 25% equity in your home or higher, you will likely be required to pledge that home equity as collateral. So the SBA, it is a government guaranteed loan program. And so they are trying to protect taxpayers. And so by doing that, because of that, they don't mess around. They want to have collateral on your loan. And so they will be required to take the equity in your home if it's available. So now if you are applying for a loan $50,000 and below, you might be getting what's called the SBA microloan. And that's actually my background. I was an SBA microlender for a number of years. And that is not the same requirement. We were not required as an SBA microlender. We are not required to take equity in the home. And it tends to be the same thing for smaller loans. So where your home probably comes into play is larger loan requests. So maybe 100,000 or more is probably where that comes into play. So, but just want you to be aware and not surprised. People a lot of times get into the process and they're like, they want to take my house. What? And then you should probably have a 650 credit score or higher. Okay. So that's probably about the world you need to be in if you're looking for, kind of a traditional SBA loan. Okay. So I wanted to just share all of that because what I don't want to do is tell you all about projections and then have you think it's all going to be, the lender's just going to look at your projections and not talk about, these other aspects of what go into kind of a startup SBA loan. Okay. Now let's, the next thing I want to do is dive into the projection. So what I have pulled up here is our non-emergency medical transportation financial projection template. And there are a number of tabs here, and I'm going to walk you through these kind of step by step. But the deliverable, like if somebody asks you for projections, what they are probably hoping to get is a projected income statement, projected cash flow statement, and projected balance sheet. So that's like, and again, I'll use SBA as an example. That's probably what the SBA is going to want to see. And so all of our templates have those 3 financial statements. So this is a 5-year projected cash flow statement, and the 5-year projected income statement, and the 5-year projected balance sheet. And then we also have the income statement, cash flow statement, and balance sheet all broken down by month, so you can get that monthly level of detail. And the SBA, again, is going to want to see monthly projections. They don't usually require 5 full years. Usually 18 months to 2 years is what they want. But all of our templates just have 5 years, so you've got 5 years if you need it. Okay, so this is kind of the deliverable, but we have a bit of work to do in order to actually be able to produce this. So what I'm going to do is walk you through these blue tabs down here, which are the assumption tabs. And let me zoom in even more here. Okay, so what I intend to do here is just kind of go through, assuming I'm starting a new NEMT business with, I think I've got this kind of set up to show what it would look like to add 2 vehicles over, start with 1 vehicle and then add a second. And I think at the beginning of year 2 is how I've got it set up. And I'll just show you how that would work. All right, so I've got any of these cells that are blue are the assumption cells that I can change without breaking anything. So I've got my company name, and I've got a start month of January 1st. And let's say I'm going to invest $40,000 into it, or maybe I have an outside investor or friends and family that are going to put in some money on the investment side. So I've got 40,000 here invested in month 1. And then we have this accounts receivable terms. Okay, so this is actually pretty important for your business, because depending on who is the payer, depending on who you're billing, and I'm not an expert in NEMT billing, so maybe someone else will know more about this than I do. But I assume that you'll be able to bill insurance, different insurance, or there'll be different payers. It could be Medicaid or Medicare or private insurance or private pay. If you're billing insurance, you are not going to get paid right away, right? You're going to have to, provide the service to the patient or the customer, and then you're going to have to bill, and then you're going to wait to get paid. And so there's a delay in that cash flow when you actually get paid. And so what we say here, this percentage of sales on a net 30 payment, meaning it's going to take, what we're saying by putting 100% here is that we think our customers are on average are going to pay us in 30 days. Let's say you had 20% of your customers were private pay, and they're paying you like when you provide the service. We could change this to 20%, and the net 30 would automatically change to 80%. And where this ends up coming into play, let me change this back to 0 for a second. We're going to look at our cash flow statement. And so I'm going to just point out right here in month 1, you see this cell says cash from sales, and it says 0. Now, if we look at our income statement, month 1, we generated revenue of $5,475, but we didn't get paid any of it. We didn't get paid any of it in month 1. It all came in month 2. So from a cash flow perspective, you got to be, you got to be aware of that. You got to be careful because you're going to be waiting to get paid by, if you're billing insurance, for example. So that's what this is doing. Now, just to show you how that cash flow statement would change, let's say you are all 100% private pay. So if we change that to 100% here, now come back to the cash flow statement, this cash from sales, hey, we actually get paid in month one, right? So that this assumption is going to help you kind of determine like how much extra cash do I need just to help pay those operating expenses while I wait to get paid from my customers. All right, on the accounts payable side here, we've got a percent of operating expenses paid in the month incurred. This is kind of, I call this like the 80-20 rule. 80% of your expenses you're probably going to pay in the month that you incur the expense. 20%, let's say 20% you put on a credit card and you pay, you get gas, you put that on a credit card. You have maybe 30 days to pay that credit card, right? So some of those expenses, you get a little bit of a cash flow benefit there. Inventory, not really probably going to be applicable for your business. So just set that to 0. All right, as we move down, I'm going to assume we don't have any, have a building. Maybe as you grow your empire here, you may have, maybe you would have a building for your fleet of vehicle or something. So that's something you could enter in the future, but we're going to assume we don't have any other assets. So now we're going to move down to our vehicles. So now we're going to add our first vehicle here. And we're going to start with a wheelchair accessible van, and we've got one of them. We're going to purchase it. So we're selecting from this drop down whether it's purchased or leased. I'm going to say we're purchasing it. And we're at the purchase price here, we're going to say it's $55,000. And years until sale is just kind of like, how long do you think what's the useful life of the vehicle? Maybe it shouldn't be 10 years, maybe it should be 5 years. If you're really running it every day. And then salvage cost, this is kind of like, what can I sell the thing for after the 5 years, once I'm done using it? What's the kind of the junk value of it? So let's just say that's $10,000. And then we have a purchase month where we say we're going to purchase it in month 1. And then this amount financed per vehicle. So this is how much do we think we're going to be able to borrow or get a loan for that vehicle. So what I have done here is there's a little equation here, and it's just taking the $55,000. So the purchase price of the vehicle times 0.9 or 90%. So we're saying, hey, 90% financing, and then we're going to, out of this investment that we have up here, this investment that came in, that's going to help cover the additional, the 10%, the additional cost. Then we have a 10% interest rate here and a 60-month loan term, okay? And then we are also assuming here that I put a second vehicle here, so maybe we have a bus, and so kind of same assumptions here, different price, $75,000. But the big difference here is that purchase month is month 13. So the idea I'm thinking here is we start with one vehicle for the first year, and then in month 13 we add a second vehicle. Okay, so that is setting that up. And then since we're doing there's a couple ways to add loans, I guess. You can add a loan that's kind of like tied to each individual vehicle, which is what I've done here. So kind of vehicle loans and set the interest rate and term. But let's say you were getting a loan that also covered some other startup expenses or something. You could actually just enter in a loan down here, a dollar amount, what month, interest rate, and term. Okay, so I'm gonna keep moving on here onto our revenue tab. So the revenue tab, this is going to help us kind of project how much we can earn based on a set of assumptions. So we're going to make assumptions here. How many days are we going to operate? So we're saying we're going to operate 5 days a week. And you can set the maximum number of trips per day that you think you'd be able to do. So we're going to set that to 8. And, and here's the average number of miles per trip. We said 15. So I really think this is going to vary just like depending on where you're located, what kind of market you're in, if it's rural or in the city. Like in the city, 15 miles might be a really long trip. Where I am out in the country, 15 miles not very far. So, these assumptions are things that you need to adjust based on your specifics in the market. Okay, so that will, based on these assumptions, is going to tell us, the maximum number of miles per day that we think we could drive. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to have a section for vans. We kind of got this split up between like vans and buses. So there's 2 different sections. You could have kind of 2 different vehicle types. So the first thing I'm going to say, okay, what percentage of the capacity is going to be used for vans? So our capacity here is 120 miles a day. Let's say we're able to utilize 70% of that. You're probably not going to just every single day be at 100% capacity, or maybe you will be, but you want to kind of think through what that should be. Maybe that ramps up over time. Maybe it starts at 50% capacity and you build up over time to 100% or close to that. So that will then give us the actual miles driven per day is 84, miles per month, 1,825. And then the way we have this set up is average revenue per mile. Now, my understanding is that there are different ways to kind of think about like how you get paid. It could be, I think, based on a trip or based on like the service type that you're doing. From a projection standpoint, to try to not make it overly complicated, we built this template to say, let's think about it as an average revenue per mile that we think we can charge for this type of vehicle. So for our van that we have here, we think we'll be able to make on average $3 per mile. Now you can put in driver pay per mile here. The way I have it set up is 0 driver pay. I'm going to kind of assume, let's say you are the driver for the first vehicle. And so, you're not going to really pay yourself here. You're just paying yourself the profits of the business. If there's profit in the business, that's yours to keep. But let's say no driver pay per mile here. If you were going to pay a driver, and you're paying them, I don't know what I'm sure the rate is different in different markets. So if it's 75 cents a mile or $1 a mile, you could enter that in here. And then we can enter in other variable costs per mile. So I've got fuel at 20 cents a mile, tires, 2 cents a mile, maintenance, 4 cents a mile, repairs, 4 cents a mile. And you could add in other costs here. So our variable cost, 30 cents a mile here. And that allows us to project. So based on the 1,825 miles per month that we're driving at $3 a mile in revenue, there's our $5,475 in revenue in that first month. And then based on the same mileage and the variable expense, we've got $548 in our cost there. And so we go through the same exercise here on the bus or ambulance side. Now, remember, the way we set this up, we don't have the bus until month 13. And so the way this should work, if I set this up. So in month 13, if we scroll up here, what we'll notice in this line says number of vehicles from input assumptions tab. So in month 13, because we added that bus, now we have 2 vehicles. And so that increased our capacity, our total maximum miles per day went from 120 miles here because we just had 1 vehicle. Now it's 240 miles is our capacity because we have a fleet of 2 vehicles. And so what we're saying here is we're going to use 50% of the miles starting in month 13. We'll use 50% of the miles for the vans. And then the leftover is for the bus. And let's say the bus is only at, maybe 60% capacity. Okay. So it's the same process here, but maybe we get a higher rate for the bus. So maybe it's $3.50 average per mile that we make. And same thing, driver pay per mile. Maybe the bus costs a little bit more in fuel and maintenance and repairs. So we've got some different expenses here, or higher expenses on the variable rates. And that's it. That is it on the revenue tab. So thanks for hanging in with me. I'm actually getting close to being done through this. So the next tab is our operating expense tab. And we have the ability to put in different expenses that we think we're going to have, and we can put them in categories. So we've got in this drop down, marketing, permits and licenses, insurance, other expenses. And then what is kind of cool about this is you can set the expense to be either a fixed dollar amount. So here we have a fixed dollar amount for miscellaneous, and we just said it's $300 of a month in terms of miscellaneous, and it's going to be $300 each month. But some of these other expenses we set at a per vehicle cost. So let's say insurance is set to per vehicle. So you can set, let's say it's $125 of insurance costs per vehicle. What this allows you to do is it's just automatically going to know in month 13 you added a second vehicle. And so it's going to automatically add additional insurance expense per vehicle every time you add a vehicle. So it does a little bit of the thinking for you there. And then you can also enter in an expense as a percentage of revenue. So let's say for advertising, advertising, we wanted to say percentage of total revenue. And let's say we spent 3% of our revenue on advertising. So we could set that here. And to put 3% in, you'd want to do 0.03. Because if I change this to a percentage, 0.03 would be 3%. So, okay, I'm going to assume we're not doing advertising in this example. So I'm going to zero that out. Okay, and then the last tab here. So I guess, I said you could put the driver in on the revenue tab. You could put the driver in as a driver pay per mile if you want to think about how you pay the driver on a per mile basis. Or if you say, no, I'm just going to have a salary position. So we're just going to pay the driver a specific salary. And so that's what we've got entered in here. We just said, okay, let's just not worry about paying a variable rate per mile. We're just going to pay the driver of the van $28,500 an annual salary. And then here's our employer taxes at 7.65%. You could put in benefits if you're going to offer benefits. I just set that to 0. And they're going to start in month 1, end in month 60 is the end of the financial model. So end of 5 years. And you'll have one of those employees and you're going to give them a 5% annual raise. And then we can put the driver of the bus, and notice the driver of the bus is starting on month 13 when you get the bus. Okay. Okay. And that is it on the inputs. And so this is what that ends up looking like in terms of, based on those assumptions. I want to make clear that these are just examples. I can't promise you that this is, this would be what you would experience. It's going to depend on your market and your specific plans and specific expenses. But, in this example, first year, 66,000 in revenue with a small net income. But again, remember in this example, I guess we did have a salary for the driver. So if you are the driver, you could say, okay, well, we're actually not going to have this salary. So if we didn't have that salary, here's what that net income would look like. And that could be, your take home as the owner, if you're the owner and driver. Okay, I think I'll set that back the way it was. Yeah, and I guess really the only other thing I'd point out here is just, there's some summary data that you could pull into a business plan or that could be useful as you're kind of presenting that to a potential lender. The last thing I would point out that I would want you to be aware of is if you were to fill this out, I would want you to make sure that you look at this cash at the beginning of the period. This line is very important. You want to make sure that never goes below zero. So kind of early on, we see, we started with cash at beginning of the period of 49,000, but then we bought the vehicle but we still had some left over because we had that $40,000 investment that we put into the business as our working capital. So in this example, it never really gets below 30,000. So probably what we're seeing here is we don't really need to actually invest 40,000. We could probably get by with investing. Let's make it 20 to keep it safe. And, if we invested 20,000, we'd still be okay. Our cash at the beginning of the period would never go negative. It's the main thing we want to avoid. So, okay, I think I've talked a lot. So I think I will stop here and open it up for questions if that's what we want to do or other conversation. Oh, I think maybe on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yep, there we go.
For me to join you?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I don't think that people understand like how amazing that this is. Like really, I think because it's numbers and not being a numbers person, you may not understand exactly what this is. But I wanted to say so that we can show them, because I know I speak a lot about the differences between cash flow, revenue, and net profit, net income. And, you can look at the numbers and I'm just amazed at, I would have thought that that it probably would have been worse. But I mean, it's to see that, with one vehicle, one van, possibly, you might bring home only 7,606 out of all the money that you make. That's all you're really bringing home, so that people get a understanding of like really what they're looking at going into this business. Can you explain a little bit more about the differences between that revenue and that profit margins?
Yeah. So, again, if you are the driver yourself, then, you do get to get rid of this expense here, right? So if we set that to zero, you are now, your net income's at 38,000. But yeah, if you are in this business, I think if you are going to hire a driver, and you only have one vehicle, I think it's gonna, you're not getting rich off of one vehicle when you're hiring the driver. There's going to be, a relatively thin margin there probably, is my expectation. So, that's why it's probably a matter of, building up the fleet, multiple vehicles, and then also like the utilization of, if you can stay busy all the time, that increases your revenue and ultimately your take home pay. So,
Yeah, I find it, for professionals that want to come into the industry, trying to get them to understand that with NEMT, you do have to work the business at some point. You have to understand the business. You can hire a driver, and even if you hire a driver, you still have the back end business stuff that you have to deal with. So if you hire a driver, then that's an expense that you have to calculate for in your financial projections. That gives them, what was that, was that 28,000 for the year?
Yeah, that's what I had in there. And again, that's going to vary depending on your market, like how much NEMT driver, like what the market is going to demand in terms of pay, and in New York City, I doubt you're going to get a driver for, full time for 28.5. Maybe you would here in central Indiana where I'm at, possibly. So
yeah, I think in South Carolina, we might be able to go with that. But if we were looking at the areas of like Virginia or Ohio, and I think even in Indiana, like you're going to be looking at a little bit higher rates on that pay scale. So then that would then deduct from your actual take home profit if that has to go up to 32, So these
35,000, we're basically at, break even there.
Exactly. So these are, I really want you all to understand as NEMT entrepreneurs that backtracking, going back to that original conversation that Adam was having with you guys on that SBA financing, that is truly the way to go. It is the way to go, because you want to make sure that you have all your ducks in a line and that you're handling this business as an actual business, getting that personal credit fixed up, being able to have a larger down payment to put down. I have one of my clients right now who has an excellent credit score. She's in healthcare and she's doing great. And she's working with SBA lenders off of her business plan and financial projections. And I know you said 225,000, but they're looking at a $400,000 loan. And her credit is just so good that, she's able to get that. So we might not all meet those criteria, but what we can do is to prepare, know what you're really looking at, and get your financial projections done, before you even get started. I think you said that that's one of the things that happens to you a lot, is that after they get their financial projections, they're like, what? The reality.
Yeah, that, and that's the thing I hate about, we don't ask someone, before I sell you this projection template, what's your credit score? How much money do you have in your bank account? Before I let you buy a template. It's like, but so a lot of times we have customers that like, yeah, we'll buy the template, but then they realize later on, after all that planning, like, oh shoot, I think the big thing here is maybe to think about is, you might hear that what you just said, that, somebody's getting a $400,000 loan. And so you might look at this and say, I want to start with 8 vehicles. I'm going to go big or go home. I'm starting right off the bat. I want to have 8 vehicles, because when you do the math here, you realize if I had 8 vehicles, okay, I could make $250,000 of profit or something. Right. But if we use that example, so if you wanted to borrow 400,000, what you need, I shouldn't do live public math, but 400,000 times, 20% of that. So you need 80,000 basically. If we use that same example, you're going to put in 40 into the business as your 10% down payment, but they're going to want you to still have another 40 laying around. So, so I like to start with that, tell you, okay, like think through, because you could start a business with you could start this business with 1 vehicle. You could probably start it with 8, but if you know that SBA information at the beginning, you can say, okay, well, based on where I'm at, I probably need to start with 1, and and then plan around that. So
that's right. That's right. And I think that everyone should start definitely. I mean, your business plan and your financial projections, they literally are synergistic and go hand in hand. Like you have to know where you're starting from. And even if, like I say, even if you're starting where you don't have anything, you can work yourself up when you have a solid business plan and you have those financial projections. There's other things to do in the business to get ready if this is truly your dream and your path. But come into it knowing what you're dealing with and knowing that if you're used to making $100,000 a year in your biz in what you do on a day-to-day basis, then are you able and willing to take a what $70,000 pay cut in order to make $30,000 for this business? Probably not. So now you have to calculate in your financial projections all the other things that you're going to need, like a driver and the dispatching and the receptionist. All of these are calculations that should be taken into the front end of your business, not when you're already starting and going, because you don't have time. Once you get in with the brokers, you don't have time.
Yeah. The broker point is a good one too. I was just going to mention, I don't know how you would think about the broker costs. I don't know if the standard is they just would pay you less, so you kind of never really notice their cut, or if I guess my point here is you could add in like a broker cost here on the variable. I've seen people do that before where it's like, I know my broker is going to make 10 cents a mile or whatever, or they're going to take some percentage. So you could build that in there too, but it might be that the broker is just kind of, maybe the broker is getting $4 a mile and paying you $3.50. Maybe that's the way it works. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's variable by state. Most states have a way where you can bill Medicaid directly, but in some states you're not able to bill Medicaid directly, so you have to go through the broker. And when you do, they're giving you such a low end small amount. I mean, it's they may be getting paid $50 for the trip, and we don't know what's going on their side. They may have lawsuits they're paying for and all kinds of other legal things for the brokers just to stay in business. Who knows? But so they have their own set of expenses. So they have the direct contract with the state, and therefore they can pay you as the provider whatever they say they're going to pay you. And in most cases, because there's so many providers coming into the industry, I mean, we see it's just a flood. We have so many providers coming into the industry. It's like it's dragging down rates. So it's almost in some areas not even worth going into it with the brokers.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. So we have, let me see. I had a couple questions. Does anybody else have questions? We have Louise. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if will you have like a chance to email out to everybody that attended? I could send you an email with a link to this form, and I can also send a coupon code for anyone that attended. And if that would, if that'd be the most effective way to do it, do you think that's the way to do it? Or I could probably.
What I was thinking about doing is going ahead and just in the description box of the YouTube channel, we can put everybody's contact information and whatever links, discounts, or anything you want to give. They can just be in the description box of the video so that they can just go in there and do whatever they, and move forward. So, have everybody's information there.
Okay. Yeah, I will. I'll get that over to you.
Okay. And then let's see, do we have any other questions? So then that was Louise's question. And then Shai said, I understand that this was very helpful. I have to complete a 3-year profit projection sheet for SCORE. They want a profit and loss projection template. I didn't know where to start. Thank you.
Yeah. Very, very good. Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
good.
Let me know if you have questions as you go. And I know SCORE is very helpful. And so your SCORE advisor, mentor probably can help as well. So
Yeah.
we work with a lot of SCORE mentors.
That's awesome. So yeah, so thank you, Adam, for being here. I don't see any more questions, and I won't hold you. I'm thankful for you being here. I'm so thankful. Thank you, because this is, again, I think is underrated for so many providers. They don't understand how important these projections are. So I just tell y'all, watch that segment over and over and over again until you get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't shy away from it and skip over it. It's one of the most important segments you're going to watch on how to manage your business. So,
yeah. Well, thank you so much for having me.
You're so welcome. Thank you, Adam.
All right.
Have a
Take
good
care.
one.
Yep. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, y'all. Oh my goodness. What did you all think about that segment? I'm like, I don't think y'all understand. I truly don't. I don't think y'all get it. It's like those financial projections are the things that are going to make and break you. Oh, you are so welcome. Michelle says, thank you for the information. That is so good. So y'all stick around. We still have more. We have more to give, more to offer on this beautiful workshop. Thank you, Father. I'm so grateful to him. He is making this, he is showing up and showing out here. Hallelujah. Thank you. All right, so let's see. I'm trying to find out and get my little notes together on who's next. So next up, we're going to have Tasif coming up. He's scheduled for 12:15. I'm not sure how, if he's ready. I'm like, he's all across the whole entire world. I don't get to see my friend very often. We have to usually use WhatsApp and talk and chit chat and go back and forth and have that interchange. But I tell you, he has truly become like a brother, son, partner to me. And my business would not be where it is right now if it weren't for him helping me through these times of growth and stagnation and then regrowing. And he has been a total blessing to my business. So I'm going to go ahead and Tasif, if you want to add yourself, or I can add you to you know how to do it? Let's see. From all the way across the world. Yeah, he up this late. For him, it's late.
You got too many words that you mentioned about myself. It's not like that. I don't know that there's a lot of words that you have mentioned. Oh, I never knew it. thanks for giving this kind of intro for me. Yeah, I'm so much happy to join this webinar. And it's kind of a workshop and a webinar, whatever you see, that I can see that many informative. These informations, like all at once in one place, I'm so much excited. I'm so much excited. It's great. It's great because I can see that I visited many more groups regarding NMTs. And I can see that there are many scams going on. Like I can share these templates, these. But the thing is, here is the raw material that I got, and I like it. Thank you for this platform, Willena, and thanks for arranging this webinar for
you. You are so welcome. I'm so grateful that you can make it. And, you always are telling me, you got to do this, you got to do that. And I am such a person who does not like change. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. And then you can say, okay. And then guess what? A week later, I'm like, okay, I'm going to do it.
Yes, I can watch the comments that they are asking for the help and they are getting much more informative things from here. And like in this way, we are making the business. Is not a thing that we are here for I'm making the money. Money is not everything. When you were doing business with the blessing, this is the business. You are providing the blessing. You are making the money. That will make you the happiest things in the world. So this is the main things. This is the main strategy of being happy. This is the main thing. And I love it.
That's right. So I'm going to go ahead and remove myself so that you can go ahead and wait a minute. Hold on. What she said? She said I went to a pop-up with the urban legend and they asked for a business plan and a business projection. So this was a great idea to bring them on. I'm gonna show this. Look, oh, there we go. That's right. Look, I'm trying to tell y'all, we over here doing things the right way.
Okay.
All right. So, all right, Tasif, it's all.
I really appreciate this thing. So welcome everyone. I'm so excited to join you today. And whether you are just starting your NEMT journey or you are looking to level up or you are in the right place, And we are about to dive deep into how to build a brand. What is brand? Like we are every time Willena is talking about brand. Look after the branding, follow the branding. Don't go out of the circle. Please follow your branding. So what is the branding? We will get to know about today's webinar, and also I will help you to make understand that why it is innate to follow your brand, and following the brand, how to design your websites, and which things you need to keep on your mind wherever you go. Whoever is designing your website, I don't care about anything, but the main thing is you should follow these things, and you're gonna get to know from this session. And the thing is, I'm Tasif Ahmed, founder of Aesthetic Engineers, and I am working with the tech industry like from nearly 2015. And I have worked for multiple digital agencies, and I worked with one of the most reputed company, Vacuro, which is located at Germany. And I designed their CRM system, and still now they are using that CRM system. Yes, it's a matter of proud, and you can tell that is a one kind of my achievement for me. And the thing is, let's share my screen, and I will not keep it a little bit longer. So building a strong brand and designing a professional website for your NEMT business, and how to grow your NEMT better than 10 years older NEMT company means, yes, I have ran a research, and from that research I came to know that already the people who are running the NEMT business from last 15 years, 17 years, 20 years, 25 years, they don't care about the branding. They are not investing money on the digital marketing because they are already earning the money from the field, and they are not care about it. And here is your main turning point, that you can use the technology. You can be a tech guy, and you can take this advantage, and you can collect their money from the marketing place. Okay, so let's start. So I'm Tasif Ahmed. Mainly right now I am focusing for helping NEMT business grow through strategic branding. And I am mainly an expert in the branding development for a startups company, mainly because I want to start from the beginning, because it's so much important. So if you design your website for once, if you already started your business for once, and again you are investing for redesigning this, everything, rebranding everything, so it's gonna be so much costly for you. So that's why I prefer much more to work with the startups. But even if it is you already started, is also you are welcome to work with me. And the thing is, I already mentioned that I am working in this field from 2015, and the thing is, after working with multiple companies, then I came to know that same thing I'm doing for others, so why not let's start for doing something for myself. That's why actually I started my SMM agency, social media marketing management assistancy. And the thing is, then I started to face that same problem which everyone is facing right now. Like, I'm not having my sales. What's going on? I'm not having my sales. So I invested nearly 16 grand in this field, and for the client acquisition, I invented, or you can see, you can mention it as a strategy that I invented for myself. And It's the same thing Willena is using, the same thing most of the local business owners are using, and yes, it's gonna be work for you. So why is this branding important for NEMT? Okay, so here you can see that I have mentioned nearly 5 points that why it is important. So what is the brand and why we need to follow the brand? Like for building the trust, for determining the business forms of competitors. Like you can see your competitors are doing how your competitors are performing on the field, and you can do better than them. And in this way, how to developing your brand and your reputation, your credibility, right? So the thing is, branding is also differentiates your business for competitors. In the NEMT industry, many services look the same from the outside, okay? And well-crafted brand highlights what makes your company unique. You have to be the unique. Why I should come to you? There are many other out there, so it doesn't make any sense that you are offering something and I'm coming to you. But why? So the authenticity, the trust, the reputation, the reviews, these things all is actually cultivate of the brand, and you need to maintain it up. Okay, and the thing is, if we are whatever it's your specialized services, superior safety standards, or commitment to the customer care, now how you can express that to each and every individuals, right? So here comes the branding importance, that you can only manage it by yourself and it gonna work by itself. You got my point. So if you have any kinds of question anytime, so you can interrupt me, or you can just place your comment or whatever the question on your mind. I would love to answer them all. Okay. So let's ground break some branding strategies. Okay. So what is brand? If we talk like what is brand, every time this branding is going on, it sounds like sometimes so much irritating, right? That I'm not understanding what is brand. Branding is the process of creating and disseminating the brand name, its qualities and its the personality, the who you are, what are the service are regarding to, how you are placing your service, how you are serving your service, which kind of quality actually you are holding. Everything gonna reflect through your branding. So here are nearly 6 points I have mentioned here. Like define your core values. Suppose start with identifying your core values in the NEMT industry. Safety, reliability, compassion are essential values that must be woven into your brand DNA, right? I guess it's a good things like brand DNA. And your brand should reflect what your business stands for, both visually and in its messaging. So the message you are providing to your audience, those gonna be converted to your clients in the future, and this is gonna be this is gonna have to be done by the branding. So develop a unique brand identity. What is the brand identity? Like your company name, how it sounds like, your company logo, how it looks like, how your logo is expressing who you are, and the tagline, like the slogan of the company. It gonna give a vibe to your audience, like, yeah, you are someone who is related to this specific service, and they have something special to provide me, what I never get from others in the past. Okay, so customer centric storytelling. Okay, yes, yeah. Most of the NEMT owners, I can see that they have an intention like just only have a booking system, collecting all the booking list, and just complete your trips. But do you have ever thought about that? Making each new client is way more harder, way more harder. But if you can do one thing, the client you are serving today, with your care and with a relationship, then you can make money from the same clients again and again, right? So, one powerful way to build your brand is through storytelling. Share real stories about how your NEMT service has made a difference in patients' life. Is this emotional connection is what makes your brand memorable, because they're gonna remember you again and again because of your branding, because of your service quality. Everything is going through this. So leveraging technologies, yes, I already mentioned this in the past, like before a while, that the old NMT owners, they are not that much of the tech guy, okay, and they don't care about the technology. In today's digital world, your brand is as much about the experience as it is about your service. Invest in technology like GPS tracking, mobile friendly websites, real time updates to enhance your brand's professionalism and the modernity and the community engagement. Okay. Collaborate with local hospitals, clinics, community organizations, build relationships that reflect your commitment to serving the community. So, why it is important? Because if you are an individual that you are providing something with care, with quality, and you have a good relationship through belong to your community, then definitely you're gonna win their heart. This is the main thing. So let's move to the slide 5. Okay, so the common challenges. Oh, I can see a lot of pain points here. I don't know, maybe most of the new startup NEMTs are so much rushing for this, or for so much rushing for solving these pain points: low sales, limited branding knowledge, weak online presence, lack of concern for branding reputation and the reputation management. Because they don't have, most of the NFT owners, they don't have the actual knowledge about that. Many NFT businesses, especially startups, face these kind of challenges. And if you are not prioritizing your brand's reputation or the digital visibility, you are missing out on significant growth opportunities. You never know. In the NEMT industry, your reputation is directly tied to your ability to provide timely, safe, and caring service, right? So, however, if people can't find you online, or if your website looks something kind of unprofessional, it undermines the trust you have worked hard to build, right? Suppose you are working so much hard, like you were taking the insurance, you were collecting all the vehicles, you were cleaning your vehicles, you were adding the features with the vehicles, but the main thing is how you are, how you are representing yourself in front of others. Your first impression is the last impression, right? So where from gonna other people search you out? How they gonna know who you are, how you are providing the service, how much reviews you have on your website? Like in this way, you can um, lose a significant growth when you are not arranging these things. So people might see your service as just another ride, when really you are offering something invaluable. The good news, okay, you can turn it around with the right strategy, and I'm going to show you how. So let's move to the slide 6. Okay. Holistic branding strategy to conquer your challenges. Okay. To conquer these challenges, here is a holistic branding strategy that can help your NMT business thrive. Okay. Brand foundation. Develop clear branding messaging. Okay. Let's start with developing a clear brand messaging framework. What's your mission? Who is your targeted audience? What problems do you solve? Clearly defining this ensures that your brand speaks directly to your ideal customers. Professional website. Your website is your digital storefront. Never forget about that. It should be easy to navigate, mobile friendly, and designed to reflect your brand's professionalism. Okay, there are many people out there always hunting for designing a website within 99 USD. Do you have ever think that most of the clients will come from tabs and the smart gadgets like mobile tabs? It's not, there are not much time for everyone to book from your website from a laptop or a desktop gadget, right? So the thing is, whenever you are designing a website, do you know that your website is not much responsive to support each and every devices? Okay, I put this question for you. Just think, then you can answer me later. Okay, so now if we talk about like the social proof. Oh, before that, I missed one thing. Like professional website. Okay, you have a website. There is no mobile number. There is no email. The email is the free email, like your company @gmail.com. Doesn't make any sense. These things have to be look professional one. You need to have a business domain. You need to have a business email, which will follow your main business domain. Okay, the social proof. So using testimonials, reviews, certifications on your website. Suppose you are a certified NEMT service provider. Have you ever think of it like showing your certificate, like showing your unique selling point, like showing your testimonials, like short video, like after finishing one service for others, you are taking your clients' reviews and you are posting these on the social media, on your website, right? So like in this way, you can collect all the social proof and you can do one thing, like patients and families are more likely to choose a service that has a social proof of its reliability. So never forget about taking social proofs. Next is coming for search engine optimization. It's a huge matter, but the thing is, I'm gonna mention these things in the most easiest way. Okay, I will make it shorter. So how? Okay, SEO is crucial. SEO, the abbreviation stands for search engine optimization. Where? On the Google database. Where? On the Google Map database. So suppose today you need to go in a restaurant, you need to get any local services. What you do at the first moment? You just put out your mobile phone, you just go to the Google Map, you are typing like NEMT near me. You are typing restaurants near me, best restaurants near me, best NEMT service near me. So whatever you are asking for, always you are following the Google database. So if your business is not ranking on the Google database, means you are going out for having a lot of growth, because there are someone else on the same platform, same market. They are working on your same geolocation and they are investing for their SEO results and they are getting the results. It's not a thing that you're going to get the result all over one night. But the thing is, yes, you're going to get it within 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and you have to nurture it out. It's not a thing that you are doing for 7 days or 2 days or 1 day and you just leave these things out. No, not like that. You have to keep it going, and mostly that on the in an organic way. It's not like a black hat way. There are many ways where you can get proposal from many vendors that I'm gonna rank your business within like 2 days, within 7 days, within 10 days. Never go for it. Why? Because your domain is your reputation. You cannot change your domain again and again. If you bought this domain for once, means it's permanent. Now if they are doing anything illegal and which is in against of Google policy, then Google will blacklist your domain and you never gonna fall out on the Google database. So be serious about this thing. Okay, next is coming for the social media presence. One of the most important things in this modern era. Establish a presence on platforms like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn. where you can connect with local communities like the healthcare organizations or the higher order employees who are taking care of these things. If you are interested to hunt more private pay clients, you got my point. So you need to manage it out, and you have to post regularly. It's not a thing that sometimes suddenly I got some importance that I need to share everything. All at once I am sharing 7 posts, 8 posts. I'm doing this, I'm doing this, and then for 10 days I'm not. No, not like that. You have to do it in a constant mood. Consistency is the main key for the social media presence. The more consistent you will do the things, the more better perform you're gonna do. Okay, and again, I'm talking about consistent branding across platform. Okay, what is the across platform? Ensure your brand visuals and messaging are consistent across all platforms. Suppose you have multiple places, multiple platforms where you are managing your business profiles. Okay, the first is Google business profiles. The second is the Facebook business profile. The third is the Instagram business profiles. The fourth, you can also sign up for the LinkedIn business profile. And what you are doing, you are posting all those platforms. And also don't forget about the TikTok. Nowadays, TikTok's videos are at top notch. So never forget about that too. So you are making contents on those different platforms, and what you are doing on those different platforms, you are mentioning your websites, right? And on your website, you are also mentioning these platforms links. And what it gonna do? It gonna start to creating the backlinks. It gonna start to getting response from the multiple cross platforms, and this gonna help you to rank on Google database too. This is one of the most important things that you need to follow it up. And another thing, and foremost, it's consistency builds recognition and trust. Suppose is the first of the is the first day of the month, and you made a post, and then you gone for 20 days, and you again came back, you made 10 posts. No, not like that. You have to do it continuously on a specific take. One post every day, 2 posts on 2 days, or 3 posts one day, another day is one post. Suppose it have to be in a natural way. It should look like natural. It's not like that you were using any bots which is active right now, and all of a suddenly it's gone. No, not like that. And the thing is customer loyalty program. So, okay, implement customer loyalty programs that encourage repeat business. I already mentioned that getting one new clients and dealing with new clients, it much more away harder. So what you need to do, the people, the customers who are coming to you again and again, you should create a loyalty program for them, giving a discount, rewarding things. Suppose you have a system where you can create the rewards who is coming again and again. You are giving them a 10% discount, or a solid 20% discount, or you can place like in this way, like if you are taking a round trip from me, so I can provide you a 20% discount on the total price. Like in this way you can do the things. Okay, so let's get for the slide now 7. Okay, designing a professional NEMT. Okay, now it's a main and major and most important place. Like I cannot explain in a word that how much important our website is. Yes, please wait till to the last slide, because I have something special to show you. Maybe you're never gonna get it from any other sources. So I will request you to hold your attention till to the last slide. So designing a professional NEMT website. Your website needs to work as a 24/7 digital representative of your NEMT business. Means when you are sleeping, or when you are not available online, your website is your main representative, right? And it have to be online 24/7. A few essentials for a professional NEMT websites you can see here: the mobile optimization, user-friendly booking system, local SEO, clear CTA like call to action buttons, and the visual appeal. And also there is another bonus. It's CRO. I'm gonna give you a short explanation like what the hell these things are. So the thing is mobile optimization. I already mentioned that since a majority of the users who are surfing the internet, they are most of the from smart gadgets like mobile, like tab, which are the portable one. Their display is not enough much bigger, right? Your laptop, suppose your laptop is 13.3 or 12.2, these things are not enough much bigger. But on the big screen, you don't need to worry about the responsiveness. But when it is a small display, you need to think about it. Like whenever someone is coming from a mobile phone or tab, this website need to support, and it have to be much more user friendly. Suppose I am visiting your website, but I am not finding out your buttons on the exact place. I cannot find out your booking forms on the exact place. Where are the options? Which kind of services you are providing? Where are the option button? Where are your contacts? What is your business email where I can send email and get support? If I am here and I want to place one request for getting a private pay quotation, so where I can submit it out. So it had to be user friendly. And the booking system, yes, you already have a lot of dispatch company out there. You already heard about their name of the company, Bambi. They are doing great. And also there are many more out there. But the thing is, for as a startup, I have seen that Bambi is a pretty much startup friendly. So I will suggest you that please hunt for the Bambi. And the thing is, for the local issue, what is local issue? Okay, I already mentioned on my previous slide that if you need anything, where you go at first, you go to the Google map, you go to the Google database, you are searching that restaurants near me, NEMT service near me, best NEMT service provider near me. So what is the local SEO? There are many more listing companies on the online. So one of their most important place is like Yext. So you can enlist your business in the Yext, and you can perform a better local SEO, SEO resultant from, and also you can work with the local SEO. There are some other works which you need to do for the local SEO, and I will not explain these things a little bit more because this is gonna feel you overwhelmed. Okay, and the thing is clear call to action. Yes, book now, call now. This is my 24/7 support number. Here is my business email. Let us know about our service quality. This call to action buttons need to place on the particular field which is easy to visible, that not gonna confuse your visitors, because always keep on your mind that your visitors can be aged people and they are not that much of technology friendly. So it is so much important to keep noted. And also you need to place a accessibility tool. Suppose someone is coming to your website and they are colorblind, so you can place one accessibility tool. By help of this tool, they can change the color of the website, they can change the size of the fonts, they can change many more things, of which is even more easy to understand for them. So visual appealing, keep the design clean, professional. So if I ask most of the clients I asked in the past, like, okay, I'm providing one website, it's so much gorgeous, so much beautiful, and it is performing outstanding. And I'm offering you another website. It's informative, it's neat and clean. It's not that much beautiful thing, but the thing is, it's neat and clean, and the message is totally clear. My service is totally clear, and there is not a singular or particular things that gonna create any misconception for my visitors that which kind of service I'm providing right now, which website you are expecting to have. Then most of the clients in the past, they told me then they want a beautiful one. Then I mentioned, okay, this informative website, neat and clean design, this must gonna help you to earn money. You can add the revenue on your business. Now you tell me which one you gonna get. Then every clients changed their mind and they told me I will go for the most informative, neat and clean UI, and which website is so much pretty much user friendly to use. So, and another one is the most going on. Suppose you have a website and you are working with the local ACO, you are working on the on-page ACO, off-page ACO, technical ACO, you are working all the keywords and you are placing all the keywords, you are posting on the blog posts, but still now you are not performing well. Still now you are not getting your website on the Google ranking table. What's the wrong with that? Then this is the extra bonus which I didn't mention here, but it is CRO. What is CRO? Is the conversion rate optimization. So the correct design and the structure of your website can maximize your marketing dollars by generating more quality leads. You got my point. So someone is coming to your website and they are getting confused that why they need to place the order, or they are where I need to go and book the reservation. So it gonna hurt your revenue. So these CRO things we need to take care of, like which will help us to increase the conversion rate for our website. So next, I will go to the slide number 8, building your NEMT brand. Okay. Okay, as a recap, building a strong NEMT brand starts with defining your core values, developing a professional website, utilizing the ACO, building trust with customer testimonials, maintaining consistent branding across multiple social platforms, and by implementing these strategies, you will not only strengthen your brand, but also set the foundation for long-term success in the NEMT industry. So that's why defining your core brand values, develop professional website. Again, I am repeating, utilize your ACO for better visibility, build trust with social proof and customer stories, and be consistent across all platforms. So whatever you are doing, it's not like you are doing for the first week of the month and you just left it out. No, not like that. Consistency is the best strategy when you are making business using digital marketing. You got my point. So next, here is the main thing that I want to talk about. So designing a website is not a major thing. Only designing a website is not a major thing. If your website is not helping you to generate leads, not helping you to make money, not helping you to add revenue to your business, means it doesn't make any sense of having a website in online, right? So if I am talking about this, that this website is a place. Website, most of the people, we are thinking like website is an online presence. I need to have it if I have a business, if I am a business owner, but not like that. Just think like in a different way. Okay, this digital marketing got revolutionary changes from the past 10 years. And the thing is how people are using this strategy. There are two kind of recorder, the algorithm. In a easy word, I will mention this as a recorder. So the Facebook pixel is for the Facebook platform, Facebook Meta platform, and the Google Analytics is for the Google platform. So what they actually do, they are kind of recorder. They record all the visitors' behavior, how they are coming, from where they are coming, the traffic is coming, and which page they are visiting, which service they are watching on my website, which things I need to optimize, which things I need to take care of, how many people are coming to my price list page, how many people are booking to my page, how many conversion I am making right now on my website. So what we do when we design the website, we also work for this recorder. We integrate all the recorder on your website, and we just keep these things as like it is for maybe 2 months or 3 months, and we are expecting some more organic audience who are coming through our organic traffic from Google database. Then what we do, we collect all this data from this recorder, and we put this data on the Google ad and on the Facebook and Instagram meta ad platform. So what we start to do, because as a startup, you don't have enough much budget for your business, right? So what we do, we just invest for 100 USD or 200 USD or whatever you say, and we use this same visitors data to route our ads. So what we are doing, you are not a startup like you can easily serve all over the USA, right? So what you are doing, you are serving your local geolocation clients. So, and we already work in the past with the local ACO, right? So we already collected the data from your local place who are coming to your website, and now we are using this data to route our ads. So what is happening here, we are not investing that much of money, but the thing is, within this retargeting data, we play the retargeting ads for this actual local data, and you start to get the results from those particular fields. So otherwise, this is gonna be so much expensive for you when you run ad for all over the US, and not like that. You need to have the data from your local platforms, from your local location, and then use this data for generating more clients. And definitely you have question on your mind that, like, in this way, can I target the private pay clients? Okay, yes, we can. We can target the private pay clients. Can this way we can target the brokers? Yes, we can target the brokers, but there are strategies, many more come on the next. Okay, so the thing is, after collecting this data, what we start to do, we make more much eye-catchy quality contents, and then we use these contents to route all over these retargeting data. And then they watch these things, like how you are providing the services for your clients, how you have worked for others in the past, and how you are taking care of your clients, how you are providing service with care. And again, they are watching these things, and we keep tracking who is watching, from where they are watching. And again, we keep optimizing these ad designs, and we are routing this ad again and again, and definitely all in gradually you start to get the results. So next slide is my last slide. So what is the workflow for SMMA and a website? How actually SMMA help you out? So suppose if we think that this is your website where you installed all the local listing, your Google Business Manager profile reviews, who is commenting, which kind of reviews you are having, and also you have some customer review system like the automation systems, and also you are installing this Facebook and Google algorithm on your websites, and you have some flyers, you have some local marketing materials, and everywhere you are posting these websites. And suppose you have a way where you can scan the barcode and come to my website and have a visit. So like in this way, you can place your same website, you can advertise the same website on your local TV or magazine things. And like in this way, we are helping out the things. And the most important and the most joyous news for you, that yes, we are working on designing a system, which system gonna help you to automate your reviews, your online reputation, You don't need to think about it. They're gonna collect all the data from the old clients, and they're gonna reach out with the text marketing or the email marketing for collecting all the reviews and posting it on the Google Business Manager. And also someone is coming to your Google Business profile, and they are commenting and they are providing the reviews, and depending on the reviews, this AI gonna replay them up. So you don't need to take any kinds of harassment for looking after everything. And definitely we are working for the social media platform automation, so you don't need to think about commenting, posting, and blah blah blah. And also we are working on having a AI chatbot for your website, so you don't need to take care of your website for 24/7. So this AI chatbot gonna study about your business, like who you are, from where you are providing your services, which kind of services you are best at, and this chat gonna be interact with your audience or interact with your visitors who are coming to your website. So nothing need to worry about that. And actually we are working for NEMT growth, where you are not starting a business. Actually we are making a system which going to provide your problem solution. This is the main thing. So that's all for me. And if you have any question on your mind, you can definitely ask me. I'm open to it.
Hey, Tasif, that was awesome. Like, that was so good. I'm like, yes, tell him. I'm hoping you all like really get the understanding of what your website is for your personal brand. I know before working with Tasif, I didn't really understand, and he was telling me I need the professional pictures, and I'm like, I don't have the money.
Okay. Well, let me share you one thing. Most of the clients think, most of the clients actually think, why this man is providing that much of information? So, whoa, I'm so much clever. I can just collect this information. I can design the website from others who is so much cheaper. Yes, go for it. I don't care about that. Go for it. Do it. I don't have the problem. But the thing is, when you do it, you're going to get the result of 99 USD. This is the main thing. And you're going to definitely, eventually, you need to come to me. And then we're gonna watch it out. So then I will pay the reply. That's why I provide all the informations. So that whenever you are going to others, I don't mind. But the thing is, you need to take care of these things. Yes, you can manage it at cheaper. Yes, it's better for you, because I can understand, because I am also a startup. So nothing need to worry about that. And the thing is, right now we already reduced the website designs thing nearly 50%, nearly 50%. We made a discount for that, and definitely it should be through Willena affiliation, not other than that. That's gonna be much more expensive for sure.
That's right. So yeah, I've told my students, listen, I've been working with Tasif since the beginning. When I started my business, as a consulting coaching, we had to do a whole complete rebrand off of the Wix system. And it was a very challenging thing to do. And he walked me through the whole process, and with getting the logos and choosing my colors and my branding folder, and just really took the stress and the pressure off of me as a business owner, trying to figure out content and learning graphics and design. And yes, I got the opportunity to do some of that, and that was really nice. And at least I know what I'm looking for, but I'm not a graphic designer. That is what they specialize in, right?
Yeah. But most of the clients actually ask me, hey, do you do this everything all at once? No, I have a talented group of people who are doing these things. It's not possible to get things done by me, and maybe I can be expert on every field. No, it's not possible. So whenever you are running your business too, always care about looking after your business. Don't try to do these everything by all yourself, because that's gonna be hurt your revenue of your business. So that's why you should take care of these things, and you should get someone who can look after these things. and beside that, you can run your business smoothly. This is the this is and also I in the start I also did it by for myself, and I got the result, how much dangerous result I have faced in the past. And after that, yes, I have my particular team who is designing graphics. They are best at that field. Who is designing the website, they are best at their field. And who is managing the social media management, yes, they are best at their field. So everyone are specialized on their particular field. It's not like that, yes, along with me can handle everything. No, I am here to manage these things all, to manage the customer relationships and the other things, always instruct by me, and they actually work on my instruction. This is the main thing, because I need to follow the trend. I need to follow every each and every groups and what is going on this particular NEMT industry. And right now I left to work other local businesses in the USA. And right now I am only working for NEMT business. Because why? Because this is the knowledge. When you only work for one particular things, means I only work for this particular things, and I am specialized only in this fields. So yes, I have neglected nearly three clients from the past 3 days, 3 to 4 days, that they are like plumbing services, the roof renovation, the household renovation. But I rejected everyone because I am working on a particular thing, and I want to keep it going. I want to keep it going as the thing actually we planned for the future, that we gonna get a system which gonna run the NEMT system, NEMT business automation, all the marketing things and everything will be on automation things, and
That's
definitely
right.
we're gonna get it.
That's right. That's right. That is that, and that is the like you were saying before at the beginning. And you guys make sure you ask your questions, because this is the time. And I know that you guys will send it to me and be like, "Hey, what does this mean?" So now is the time to get your questions answered. But I know that, running this from a entrepreneurial mindset and shifting from the corporate, these are areas that we have to take into account. Your marketing, your social media, your everything has to match. Your branding needs to match. Your website is the face of your business. It's your personality. It should match who you are. It should match what you're doing. If you're community based, it should show that you're community based. If you're doing rehabilitative centers, it needs to look like rehabilitative centers. If you're doing bereavement, funeral home care, it needs to look like that. There's so many different niches and unique selling points that you can have within your business. But once you, like Tasif was saying, you have to collect those leads, and those leads come in organically as people are looking at your social media accounts. We're collecting leads. They're coming back to us on the back end to see. When you click on different keywords, you'll pop out me, and then and we collect those leads, and then I know who to email market. And so what we're trying to get you all to see is that you have to follow a business model with coming into NEMT. And we're trying to streamline that by saying, okay, here's the easiest way to go about it so that you can focus on working on your business. Let Tasif handle the aspects of your social media, your website design, your branding development. All of those areas need to be, that's not your expertise, but it has to be done in order to continue to run your business. And like Tasif said, it might take 3 months or 6 months to kick you up in that algorithm, but when you get there, you're gonna get the client.
Yeah. Yes. And another thing is a matter of regret that I have. I heard from some of your students that they went to some of the unprofessional website designer who helped them out with the website design, and when they asked for the access for the domains and the business emails, means they are gone. Oh, how? So that's why we are designing the system so that you don't need to hunt for me. Your system, you are the owner, just go with it.
That's
So
right.
you are adding your card, you are paying for your things. So whatever I'm not there, you don't need to worry about that. You can keep going with anyone others. So
That's
it's
right.
sort of simple.
That's right. I know I have a couple of students that are in that same spot where, like you said, they're my students, and they started because of the initial, when I first started, I was like, just get your website design, it's your presence. And as we learn, we grow. And as we grow, we share, we teach and tell and educate. And I didn't even recognize the importance of having a solid website and what it actually means for your brand to collect organic leads. And what I knew search engine optimization was important, but not to the extent that it is. And so learning these things, I have a couple of students right now that went to individuals, who they knew and they felt comfortable, with going to, and that's okay. But
Yes.
now they're like, hey, I need your guy, coach. I need your guy. Tell me about your guy again? What's his name again? Who is that? And I'm like, all right, here you go. And then they contact Tasif, and then we're running into, we can't get the websites released because they don't have the access codes to it, and they're chasing the people down, which is going to end up costing them more money because, again, like Tasif said, you gotta move all of that over. You might lose your domain name, you might lose all of that information because you can't get it released. And
Yes.
so it just causes a whole bunch of problems. So what we're doing now is we're creating a system where, hey, when you purchase your program with me for you to be your coach, your mentor, then you automatically are going to get kicked back to Tasif to get that website built, because I know it's going to get done correctly. And
Yeah.
we're developing a CRM system so that you, as the business owner, can manage your social medias and all that things with Tasif. Y'all got that going on. Y'all get it going so that you can start to rank in the Google algorithm. You'll be able to be seen. So when I'm going to search for you, I don't have to go to Yelp. I'm sorry, I don't like Yelp. I don't like Yelp. Yelp just, when
I have something better solution for that. I got Yext, and Yext is a company where you can just apply for once and you can enlisted your business to 90 listed companies, and also including the Yelp. So why you are paying extra money for the Yelp doesn't make any sense.
that's right. That's right. And so
So,
just
so
yeah.
this is the thing. So thanks for this. Seminar, Willena, because uh, the way you are trying your best, I know that what you are doing and how we are keeping things up to date and how we are trying our best to make this NEMT business platform a little bit better, because I know that you started once, you failed, you broke out, then you again come here, and then again you will start whatever. I failed, but I will make it a success. I just love it, and that's why we are working here together. That what is the problems you know better than anyone others, because you failed.
That's right.
You will start up, so you know better than where are the lacks and you need to work, where you need to work, so you can take care of these particular things in a much more special way. So they don't need to worry about these things. And yes, I can see that most of the students who are coming to me, uh, they talk about you a lot. Willena is this, Willena is this, Willena
Oh,
is
yay.
this. Like, oh wow. So things are getting great, I think.
Yes.
So that's all from me, and I was expecting some good questions, and yes, maybe someone is okay, no, yes, get you alone. Okay, still or not, but the thing is, from this within this webinar, every question was pain free. Otherwise, I'm gonna charge 190 USD per week. It's up to you, whatever you were asking for that. For me, the price or not, I don't care about that.
That's so funny. And look, I'll be giving the information away. Tasif go charge you.
So this is the thing. So that's
Good.
all.
Good
Who is
work.
our next speaker? So maybe it's time to
Yeah.
lead.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Tasif. We're going to have a little bit of a break, and that's okay. Those who are here,
Thank you very much.
You're so welcome. Thank you so much, and get you some sleep. Sleep fast, because I know we got work to do tomorrow.
It was a great session, and I love to thank you all that who are investing their time. It's not a waste of time because you were investing your time for learning something. And this work seminar gonna give you a much more knowledge of what you can implement on your business, definitely. And you gonna say to Willena from now to three months later that Willena, you gave something that valuable thing I got from this seminar and I implement it on in my business and I got this.
That's
But
right.
don't forget to post a review if you get that result. Thank you very much.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Have a nice day. Take care, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
All right, guys. Okay, team. I hope you guys are understanding what we are doing here. We are getting this thing done. I'm so excited for you all to be in here, and you are holding fast. If you have any questions on that information, make sure you drop them in the comments section. Go ahead and make sure to give a like and share this over on your pages, Facebook. We still have more to go. So don't think you can leave yet, because we still have more to give. Okay. So we are paying it forward. Thanking you all for, as new startups coming into the industry, trusting us to help you and assist you on your journey. So grateful to be here with you all. Many of my students are here and present, and I just want to thank you all for that. So far, let's just do a brief recap. Again, if you have any questions, go ahead and stick them in the comments section, and make sure to like and share what state you're in. If you have any startup questions, come on, go ahead, bust them out. We got some time now until our next presenter. So we've already been through the introduction and the workshop with me, Coach Willena McGee. We've done financial projections with Adam Hoeksema. And again, I tell you, rewind, and keep listening until you understand it. If you don't understand something, look it up. Ask a friend, somebody, but you all need to understand these terms because they are important to running a successful business. Now, next we had Tasif Ahmed coming from Bangladesh, giving you the insights on branding and development. And so you all listen closely. I know that there's sometimes can be a language barrier, but y'all better listen closely, because the jewels that he dropped are so amazing that, if you ain't listening closely, you're going to miss them. And he, like you said, you can go somewhere else. He don't care. He don't care if you go, he don't care. Go somewhere else, because he knows that you're going to end up having to come to him anyway. And that is the truth. I've seen it in my business. I try to do things myself, and he's telling me, no, don't do that. And I'll do it anyway. And then he's like, what you do that for? What you do that for? And then I got to go in there and do it anyway. So, this is stuff all about avoiding costly mistakes, team. This is about doing things the right way the first time around. So go ahead and listen to that section again. Next up, like I said, we're going to have Nirav come on over. I'm so excited. We're going to have Bambi to represent our technology section, talking about what you need to keep in mind as an NEMT provider. That insight right there. I know I had him on when I was first starting my channel. And I was so nervous, and he's just so easygoing, so easy to talk to, and I'm telling you. So you guys stay tuned for that segment. It's coming up here at 1:15 p.m. And I know that y'all got insurance questions, and I'm sure that this thing is going to blow up when those insurance questions come with Marc Crawford. I'm starting at 2:15, right around that time. So if you guys have any questions, bring them on, because I'm here. We're here. Make sure you're sharing this over on your other platforms, so we give people an opportunity to come in and know that we're giving out free information on what you should be considering when you're starting up your NEMT, not just the flash and the glitz and the lights and all that kind of thing, but we're really there. Those of us that are in the industry, that have been in the industry, I'm still new to the industry. A lot of us are startups, but we're trying to get you all to understand that the old ways of doing things, before COVID-19, those tactics that individuals use are not the same models that you can use now, because just of the influx of you all as providers coming in. You cannot do the same thing, repeating the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. That's insanity. It's not going to work. Your business will have a 3-year life cycle. And then you'll be looking at your mortgage, your house. And I mean, Adam showed you on the financial projections, everything like the first year. If you drive yourself, you might make 28,000, depending on where you're at. But that's it. That's it. That's it. One vehicle. That's it. I mean, I try to tell y'all that this game is something that is slow and steady wins the race. And unless you have a $400,000 or $250,000 SBA loan, you have to be strategic on how you enter into this market. Everything is intertwined. You have to be thinking from an entrepreneurial mindset. Those terms, CEO means something. Chief Executive Officer, that means that you execute everything within your business, making sure that everyone is accountable for your business. That term CFO, it means something. Chief Financial Officer, that means that you are looking at your financial picture constantly. It's not just a one-time thing. You need to be seeing what your bottom line is, what your cash flow is, what those income statements are, what your profit and loss is, what your balance sheet looks like. You know, these are terms that you need to understand as a business owner. We're not just running the crackhead model of getting some insurance and a vehicle, getting with the broker and running our business out. We can't do that anymore. We have too much invested as a community to run on these type of models. You don't have to have a college degree. No, but you better have sense, okay? You have to get your business sense mind on to realize that this is a real business. You're dealing with real dollars. You're putting your life, your mortgage up. You're putting up your house if you're doing an SBA loan. Come on. Come on, treat it as a true business, knowing that yes, this is a 6-figure income, and it can be up into the high 6 figures, not 100K. But before you get there, there are steps in between. You have to take the steps in entrepreneurship in order to get there. It doesn't come easily. Nothing. There are the exception. Now, let's don't get it wrong. There are the exception of those in any situation that receive what appears to be the easy way in and get elevated very quickly. And it looks and appears from the outside that it was just a quick thing, but it's not. You have to look at, there were many steps behind the scenes that were taking place that aren't being shown. And that's what we're doing today. We're showing you all of the things that need to be considered before you enter into this business, so that, like Adam said, you don't go ahead and get those financial projections, right? And you pay for those financial projections, you pay for the business plan, which I want y'all to do if you're thinking about going into this business. But once you make those investments and you say, hey, wait a minute, I ain't making no money. Wait a minute, I'm going to get $7,000. Wait a minute, I don't know. This might not be for me. That is okay. That is okay. If this business is not for you, that's okay. There's other things that you can do. There's other opportunities in business. And just like Tasif said, he has plumbers and roofers and other people inviting him to do it, but he specializes in NEMT. I'm the same way. I have companies right now that I'm working with that are not specialized in NEMT, and the same exact functions and the same exact strategies that I use for non-emergency medical transportation, I use for them. Why? Because it's business. It's not just about being a transportation provider, it's about business. So we have to make sure that we keep our business mindset up in forefront, so that we have an understanding that what we're getting into is going to be something that takes time. So he's popping on. He's popping on. He's popping on. You ready for me to bring you up? Look, look, look. Yeah, you saving me. Hey,
Howdy.
how you doing?
Rocking and rolling. How are you?
Oh, I'm so excited. This thing has been so good. I'm sitting here just eating up all the nutritious information I'm getting on. I said, I'm feeling
Nutritious.
like
I love it.
it is. It's like it's pumping me up. I'm feeling so good. It's like having food. So thank you for popping on early and being here. I know you're not scheduled to 1:15, but I know that there's gonna be so many questions.
Just got to make sure.
I'm
Out the scene.
I'm so grateful. Well, if you are ready, I'm going to go ahead and bounce off and let you take over and do your thing.
Oh, okay. You want to start early?
Yeah, you can start over early, unless you got something to say, because we're running a little bit early.
Let's do it. Why not?
Amen. Let's roll. Okay, I'm gonna come back on after you finish. There we go.
Okay. All right. We're going to start off with a quick demo of Bambi, which is the latest and greatest, stupidly easy to use dispatch software that there is. So I'm going to share my screen here. Share my screen of Bambi. Okay. Willena, you can see this, right? Okay. I assume that my screen is visible here.
I got you on. You're showing it.
Cool. All right. Well, I'm going to show Bambi in less than 5 minutes, and then we're going to move on to the presentation about how tech and AI is moving NEMT into the future. So, Bambi, this is an example fleet here of 6 vehicles. You can see the vehicle names on the left, and you can see who's driving that vehicle and what times. So, for example, this vehicle Tripmobile is being driven by Charles from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. 5 a.m. is a little early. Let's be nice to Charles and let him sleep in an hour extra. Start his shift at 6 a.m. Okay, so I got these 6 vehicles on the road tomorrow. I'm going to go to the dispatch screen, and we can see here that Charles is starting his shift at 6 a.m. Just like we set on the other screen. He's available till 9 p.m. and so on and so forth for all 6 of these drivers for the day. Every driver has their own column, what driver and what vehicle they're in. Now, what we have on the left side of the screen here is 40 trips that have come in for this day, June 1st. And what I want to do is make sure that every one of these trips gets assigned to one of my drivers. So for example, I'm going to assign this trip to Courtney. So now Courtney's going to do this trip for this passenger called Leonard Wings from 11:30 to 12:30. And I can go ahead and keep doing this. I can keep taking these trips and manually assigning them to the different drivers, who I have on the road for the day. But the way quicker and more efficient way to do this is to go to the top left here and select all on all these trips. Now, you see this green button down here? Run Bambi run. Boom. I'm going to run Bambi for all 6 of these drivers. And now, in less than 30 seconds, Bambi will figure out the best way of assigning all 40 of those trips to my 6 driver schedules, such that we're fitting in the most number of trips possible. And the fleet as a whole is driving the minimum distance possible to be able to do all these trips. So Bambi's running thousands of calculations right now. It's even taking into account traffic patterns in this area. And it comes up with a suggestion screen about where it thinks we should place all the trips for the day, which is what you're seeing now. You can see here, all these blue trips is where Bambi is suggesting we assign the trips for the day. You will notice that these 2 trips here are purple though. So if you'll remember, before I hit Run Bambi Run, I had assigned these 2 trips already. I had assigned this one to Courtney and this one to John. Well, Bambi's saying, hey, we should reassign this trip from Courtney to Ben and this one from John to Billy, because that's what's optimal for the fleet to be driving the minimum distance while still doing the most number of trips. So let's see, no trips were not assigned. So everything got assigned. I look at all this, I say, okay, I'm going to hit the green apply button. And now my drivers can open up the Bambi driver app on their phone and see, oh, look, here's the 7 trips that I have to do for tomorrow or whatever it is. And this trip for Bluebird is under Ben right now. Well, what if I want a different driver to do it? I want to make some adjustments. I want Courtney to do this trip. I'm going to click Courtney's name, and now this trip gets moved over to Courtney. This is it. This is all it takes to do dispatch and scheduling. Normally, this job that I just did would have taken hours and hours of figuring out, hey, which driver should do what trip based on the addresses, what can happen on time, how do we fit in the most number of trips. With the amazing engineering tech team at Bambi, we figured out a solution that actually works really well in cutting down that hours-long process down to, I mean, I just did this in a matter of minutes that we've been screen sharing right now. Now, this is just half the fun. The other half of the fun, or I won't say half, but another really incredible part of this is, and I'm going to stop sharing here on that, is you were just seeing a bunch of blue trips, but when it's actually day of, that turns into a living, breathing view of your day in real time. Oops, there we go. So you can see here all these trips. This is a screenshot of an actual customer where I just grayed out the passenger names. You can see here that these trips are not just all blue. These gray trips at the top, they've been marked as completed by the drivers in the driver app. These green ones, they're currently in progress right now. And this yellow one, well, this driver, Cheryl, she's gotten delayed en route to the pickup location. Bambi knows that Cheryl's going to be late because we're tracking the GPS of all your drivers' phones in real time. Bambi knows where Cheryl is right now, what pickup location she has to get to, the distance, the time it would take, including the traffic patterns for that time of day, that day of week. And it's saying, hey, Cheryl's not going to make it on time. So it automatically turns that yellow, alerting you, the dispatcher or whoever, hey, you'll need to manage this somehow. And so what Bambi actually looks like over the course of a day, and this is always my favorite part. Over the course of a day, Bambi looks like this. You can see that these trip boxes are actually getting longer in real time if the driver is taking longer to do a trip. And the colors automatically change based on the real-time status of the trip. So this isn't just what you scheduled and dispatched. This is what's actually happening, which is pretty darn cool, if you ask me. Now, of course, Bambi has, the map view where you can see your vehicles moving around in real time and plenty more cool stuff. But that's just a little bit I wanted to share with you for this presentation about Bambi and its, capabilities that really set it apart, in terms of anything else that you'd find out there, specifically for NEMT. And now I want to get into the main presentation of the day, which is future-proofing your NEMT business with AI. So AI, big buzzword, it's affecting a lot of industries. People don't really have a good sense, from what I've found, on how AI is really making impacts in the NEMT industry until, Bambi came along. And so let's start with your problems. Every NEMT business has got problems, and I bet you I know what they are because I have spent the past 2.5 years talking with probably 1,000 NEMT businesses across the country. And among the biggest problems are operating costs. So over the past several years, costs for NEMT businesses have been increasing. Fuel costs, maintenance costs, insurance, everyone out there who's either running an NEMT business or is thinking about starting an NEMT business, you're familiar with all these various costs that it takes to even get started, let alone actually be running your NEMT business. And if you've been running your NEMT business for a little while, you'll have noticed that these costs have all pretty much increased over time. But has your revenue per trip increased over that time to offset those increasing costs? Not so much, which is why a lot of NEMT businesses are facing this problem, right? Rising costs, flat revenues, profits go down. And so, when you think about, hey, how do I keep my revenues, going up, or how do I face this problem of increasing costs and flat revenues? Like, okay, technology, that sounds good, but what does it actually do for the problem? Well, let's talk about what it actually does. So in this industry, especially among tech companies like Bambi, routing softwares, they'll always throw around this buzzword called route optimization. Route optimization, route optimization, route. What does it mean? What is actually happening? So here is the present. Here's what currently exists in the world with a company like Bambi giving you that run Bambi run that I just showed you earlier, which is a schedule optimizer. What it does is it maximizes the most number of trips that you can do. You have, let's say, any number of vehicles, 5 vehicles on the road, and you have all these trips. How do I fit in the most number of trips into my 5 vehicle schedules? It'll do that for you. And by the same way that it maximizes the number of trips, it minimizes the total distance driven by your fleet to actually do all those trips. So what does that actually do for you? Well, if you're driving the minimum distance possible, you're not wasting any extra on fuel costs, right? So number two, it reduces your unloaded miles, meaning the miles driven where you don't have a passenger inside the vehicle, miles that you're not getting paid for. So you want to always reduce that as much as possible. The other thing it does is it says, hey, you know what? I've got 5 vehicles, on the road tomorrow. How many trips will I actually be able to take? How many trips will I actually be able to do? So this helps you solve that problem by clicking a button, right? You always want to know and be able to project how many trips you can actually take. You'll know, okay, I can take these. I'll have to reject these. I'll have to let, my facility or broker know I can't accept those trips. So you can manage relationships with the different sources of trips. So let's take a look at what that actually looks like in practice. Now, let's take, for example, this fleet of 3 vehicles, right? You got driver A, driver B, and driver C. And you are trying to figure out this Friday's schedule. Now, pretend today is Tuesday, and you got to figure out what your schedule for your fleet is going to be on Friday, right? So as of now, what you know is, hey, driver A, I'm going to put 6 trips on her. Driver B, I'm going to put 6 trips on him, and driver C, whatever. You got 18 trips, for Friday. This is how I distribute it, right? Today's Tuesday. I'm just projecting. Okay, that's fine. But now, my broker comes and says, hey, we have 2 additional trips. Can you do them? Your scheduling algorithm might say, hey, you know what? Click this button. Let's see if we can fit these trips in anywhere. Oh, turns out you would not be able to do these trips on time. So to let the broker know, you have to reject these trips now. And you can do that well in advance, right? Now, let's say today is Wednesday. The broker calls in with, 5 more trips. Well, these 2 don't fit in. And these 3, the gray ones, one of them fits onto driver A schedule. One of them can fit onto driver B, one onto driver C. With the click of a button, your scheduling algorithm can immediately tell you, hey, you should tell the broker you should accept these 3 trips and reject these 2 trips. Again, normally your human being dispatcher or yourself would have to spend a good amount of time figuring that out if you didn't have the tech. So this is the present scenario, right? Here's the future. And again, this is the future. This doesn't exist yet, but a company like Bambi, we are moving towards an even better optimization where we're not just optimizing to fit in the most number of trips. We're optimizing to fit in the most amount of profit that you can make in a day. So every single trip you do, there's revenue that you make from that trip, right? It's the price you get paid for doing that trip. At the same time, every single trip has a cost associated with it. Cost being the fuel that you burn to go do that trip, the amount that you pay the driver for the time that she is spending to do that trip, the cost of the vehicle depreciating by, the wear and tear of the vehicle, just driving that much distance, right? So imagine you had a tech system that calculated for every single trip, here's the cost of doing that trip, and here's how much money we make from doing that trip. And it will tell you, or rather it knows itself, here's the profit. Here's the profit that we get from doing this trip versus that trip. And it'll maximize a schedule so as to put in the trips that's going to bring your company the most profit. And by the way, there's a ton of different factors that go into how these scheduling algorithms calculate those costs and those revenues and how to fit in trips. I'm not going to go into all these now, but you can see there is a whole crap ton of factors that at least Bambi's algorithms are taking into account when trying to calculate and figure out the optimal fleet schedule for the day. And of course, these operating costs, they would all go into calculating the cost of doing any particular trip, right? So let's go back to our example here. So we had told the broker, okay, we can accept these 3 additional trips, but we got to reject these ones because they don't fit in. What if your scheduling algorithm told you, actually, it would be more profitable for you to put driver D on the road and accept those 4 trips that you had previously rejected, because for the cost of doing those trips and for the price that you're getting paid to do those trips, it's actually worth it. You're more profitable by putting driver D on the road and doing those trips. Now it's Thursday and you're still predicting Friday's schedule. You get in more trip calls and your algorithm tells you, hey, you know what? You should put driver E on the road and you should fit all these other trips partly onto driver E, partly onto your other drivers. You can see this blue trip got moved over from one of these previous drivers to driver E to optimize the schedule. This is partly what exists and partly where we're getting to. There is no reason a human being should have to try to figure out any of this. The reason that human beings still have to is because there have been no progressive tech companies that have actually figured out the cutting edge of scheduling algorithms that, number one, actually work really well, but number two, are actually easy to use. You will come across other tech companies that claim, oh yeah, we can do all this and that and that. Try to figure out how much it actually takes to set up those algorithms and then run your test and see if those algorithms produce results that actually make sense to you. It is very, very difficult to make scheduling algorithms that work really well and at the same time are very easy to use for people who are not tech savvy. And there is only one company that is pushing the edge on both of those fronts. Okay. You guys all know that in NEMT, you can schedule in advance as much as you want and plan and prepare. But when it comes day of, shit hits the fan and you have to adapt in real time. So let's talk about that. Let's say you've got 3 drivers on the road and you can see that driver A is doing a trip for Bob. Driver B is doing a trip for Laura. Driver C is doing a trip for Jimmy. And you can see based on the vertical length here, okay, Bob's trip is going to happen after Laura and Jimmy, this is like a calendar sort of. Laura's trip is going to happen first, right? Now, a trip gets called in for Margaret. And you got to figure out, well, can I even fit Margaret's trip onto any of my drivers? And you can look and see, oh, look, driver C has space. We could go and put Margaret's trip over there. Now, just by looking at this, it makes sense, right? I mean, driver C does have open space there to do Margaret's trip. But wrong. Driver C can't do Margaret. And why is that? That's because Margaret's trip is on the way other side of town from Jimmy's trip. So even though driver C may not be doing anything at that time, there's no way driver C could go do Margaret's trip and then drive away all the way across town and get to Jimmy's trip on time. So what do? Well, you got to put driver A on Margaret because driver A could do Margaret's trip, which means you got to move driver A's trip for Bob onto driver B. But that means that if driver B is doing Bob, he can't do Laura's trip. So you got to move Laura onto driver C. And it turns out driver C can do Laura's trip and Jimmy's trip because they're both, close enough. Now, an algorithm, right, can figure this out instantly. And that's what you saw when I was showing you the Bambi demo earlier, where there were those purple trips, which got reassigned. There is no way a human being can and should be able to figure out this shuffling of trips really quickly. There's no need for it. This exists today. This is the cutting edge of adapting to real-time schedule changes. New trips get called in. You should click a button like Run Bambi Run to re-optimize your schedule day of. A driver gets stuck for 15 minutes somewhere for whatever reason, and now he's going to be late to his next trip. Can another driver do that trip? Can trips be moved around? Click to re-optimize. Let's say a driver gets a flat tire. They're out for the whole day. And, you've got other drivers on the road. You got to figure out, can this driver who is going to do the next, 5 trips for the rest of the day, can those 5 trips be reassigned to the rest of the fleet? What are you going to do? Click the damn button to re-optimize. And trips aren't the only things that drivers do. They have to go fill up gas. They have to go for vehicle maintenance appointments. What if you had a tech system that easily told you when drivers could fit in those driver break times, either driver breaks for lunch or, appointments to go get vehicle maintenance done? Now, here is the, let's call it $1 million question. You know that most of your passengers, they're going to go to an appointment, and then you got to take them back home. You always know what time the pickup is for taking them to the appointment, but that return leg, when you're taking them back home from the doctor's office, you don't know when the passenger is going to be ready for that pickup. Depends how long the appointment is, right? The passenger is going to call in, and that is called, as many of you in the audience know, a will call trip. So you can build a really nice schedule for the first half of the day and optimize the crap out of it, but then will calls pop up anytime here and there. And that messes up your schedule because you don't know what's going to happen when. So the $1 million question is, can we predict accurately when these will call trips are going to pop up so that you can have a reasonable scheduling for even the second half of the day when all those will call trips pop up? And this is where something called machine learning can help. And don't get scared by this term machine learning. At its simplest level, what machine learning means is, let's say you have a dot here, and then you have another dot here. Well, you can draw a line across those dots, and that'll help you predict where a third dot can be on that same line, right? So let's put this into practice. Now, let's say you have a passenger that goes to dialysis, and you're using your scheduling software to, put trips in for this dialysis patient. He goes every day at, maybe Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 11 a.m. And your scheduling software learns over time that, every time, the return leg seems to be popping up around 3 p.m. You take them at 11 a.m. It seems to be that 4 hours later, for a dialysis patient, for Jimmy John going to this particular facility at this time of day, the will calls are always popping up around this time. And so the software itself begins to learn patterns for these kinds of passengers, for the reasons for their visit, with the time of day, this is when the will calls tend to pop up based on all this historical data. And so with all that historical data and having the software learn patterns, the pattern can build what is called a predictive model. That means that if you plug in, hey, here's a trip for Jimmy John to go to dialysis at 11 a.m., it says, oh, I've recognized that pattern before, and I have this model built out that's going to predict that Jimmy John's will call trip is going to pop up at 3 p.m. That's useful. I mean, obviously, I'm giving a very simple example here, but over time, for different kinds of passengers, different kinds of facilities, different days of week, the software can build all these kinds of different predictive models so that anytime you put in a trip that has a will call return, the software can rely on past patterns and data to say, oh, here is probably when that will call will pop up. So let's block off an estimated time here on this driver's schedule that he or she needs to be available to do that will call trip. And that's awesome. But again, like we've mentioned before, in NEMT, anything can happen day of. You can schedule and prepare all you want, but shit hits the fan when it comes day of, and you have to adapt in real time. And that is where your software goes to the next level of even taking into account, hey, here are today's, weather conditions, for example, right? It's raining. So I have to, cater my predictions around what driver is going to be able to make it here, when, around that stuff. This is all coming, right? Pattern recognition, predictive models. What you need at the beginning, though, is a set of scheduling optimizers that actually do the base level work really well. You collect data, and I can tell you, for at least Bambi, this is the next level for us that we are building towards based on what we've already built on that you saw at the beginning of my presentation with Run Bambi Run. Now, I've been talking a lot about all these great things that tech can do for you, AI, machine learning, predictive modeling, scheduling optimization. Who wins in all of this? And there's a lot of different players involved in you running your NEMT business. And one of these players loses. When you use these predictive, scheduling optimizers to make your business run more efficiently, a lot of players win, but who loses? So let's go through that. I mean, you're the NEMT business owner. You're going to be more profitable. Your drivers are not going to be wasting time in inefficiency. Your passengers, well, you'll be able to do more trips. So the passengers win because they get more access to transportation, more timely access. The facilities and the brokers, more of their trips get done because you've expanded the capacity of your fleet to be able to do more trips for them. The dispatch software provider, well, the one that actually provides the best software for you to do all these things, they're the ones that win. Your schedulers and dispatchers, you've just enabled them to do their job way better than they otherwise would have. They were spending hours every day. Now they're spending minutes, and you've turned them into a super commando dispatcher and scheduler because they're empowered to optimize your fleet like never before. The vehicle insurance provider, well, your vehicles aren't running like crazy, because the schedules are, out of whack. And so the vehicles are able to drive at a normal pace and operate safely, right? Who loses? I guess just the oil and gas companies, because you're not burning as much fuel unnecessarily as before. But I mean, nobody really loses is the real answer. My name is Nirav Chheda. I am the CEO and co-founder of Bambi, along with my co-founder Charles, who is the Chief Technology Officer. We started Bambi a little more than 2 years ago because we found that there were no softwares in the NEMT industry that were easy to use and actually provided the benefits of optimization. We're here to make the lives of all 20,000 plus NEMT business owners across the country super easy. And I would love for you to reach out to us. We've already served hundreds of NEMT businesses across the country. And our goal is to make NEMT move into the modern era with the most stupidly easy to use tech, great service, and a great product. Willena, thank you so much for having me. And I will pause there.
Amen. That is so good. Like, I'm so excited. Like, I'm so excited to get to see a glimpse of what's coming. I'm like, you know, I know like even my clients my students, they'll come to me and they're like, you know, I love Bambi and but if I expand the fleet, it's gonna, you know, am I gonna be able to? And now that I'm like, you better sit right there. You better sit still. Just wait. It's coming. Look, it's wait. So I am so excited to see the revolution, and I really hope everybody understands the value here, because I can tell you from my experiences, you know, I started out before, you know, I was trying to do the trucking dispatching, and start my J&L's medical transport at the same time, and neither one of them was going too well because trucking was taking the tank, and I was using the wrong model for my business. But what I found, just using Google Maps and getting 30 clients sent to me from the broker, and now I've got to map out the A leg and the B leg, and trying to manage all of that, like you said, was so hard. Like, it was stressful because I had to see, okay, well, from it was like point A, B, C, D on the Google Maps, trying to figure it out, and the timing, and then real time lag where I'm thinking that he's sitting at the hospital and he's really having lunch with his mom, you know, and not being able to account for that, you know. And then if he has someone over in the Lexington County and area, and then has to get back to the Columbia area, and I don't know where he is, you just miss the trip. So all of these innovative technology, you know, like you said, getting out of the old method of doing things and moving into the new technological phase of making things easier so people do feel valued and feel, I mean, I can't imagine what dispatchers were feeling like before, with people yelling at them. I mean, because I was guilty. I'd be like, when you go pick up your patient? They've been sitting here an hour. Quit tripping.
It's insane. And a lot of people still do that. There is no reason. It's 2024. Nobody needs to be operating that way anymore. But here's the thing, Willena. The tech exists. You know, we've built it and it's getting even better. But the main thing is, you got to make the rubber hit the road. NEMT businesses actually got to be able to afford that software, and it's got to be really easy to get your staff, your dispatchers and drivers to be able to pick up and start using, right? You can't have some clunky, archaic thing that has, you know, 500 widgets across the screen and go through something called training, just how to learn to use a damn piece of software. They got to be able to get their hands on it and just know how to use it. And that's the part that's really not easy for a lot of people to do. Fortunately, me and my co-founder come from the world of building successful startups. So we know how to make software that's stupidly easy to use. And that's, I would say, more than anything, the reason that hundreds of customers love Bambi, because they can actually use it and can use it immediately.
I 100% agree, because I know, I mean, I think we work with some of my clients that I send over to you, and vice versa. And one of the things that I find is, especially with our older clients, that they like, I mean, I have one who has to call Apple whenever she's got to download something from the computer, because she doesn't understand the steps. I have one that's got to go to the library to just figure out how to share screen. You know, they're really, the process has to be easy, because there are individuals coming into this industry who are not technologically savvy, but are willing to learn. So starting out with the software like Bambi and following it out through the evolution and things changing and getting better is just, you know, that's the beauty of startups, is that you can be a part of that growth. So I'm very grateful for everything you're bringing into the industry.
Thank you. And thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. And is there anybody that has questions? Y'all better drop them in here, because, you know, and Nirav, don't forget to share your information, what you want me to do as far as your links and all that good stuff. I'll put them in the description box like everybody else.
So our website is hibambi.com, as in hi, like hi, bambi.com. You go and reach out to us on our website. There's a contact form on basically every page. You will get a phone call from me really quickly. We are crazy about customer support, customer success, being there, you know, having a face. A lot of NEMT business owners complain, oh, they'll reach out to a software company, they won't hear back. You will hear back from us. And once you become a customer, anytime you need help, we are there for you on the phone. And I have testimonials out of the wazoo to prove it. So in terms of the information, all you need to do is just go to Bambi's website. You can even Google Bambi NEMT, you know, the first link there. Just reach out on our website. That's all you need to do. We got you from there.
That's right. That's right. Look, they even show up underneath me. When I do my Google search, I see Bambi underneath me. So y'all ain't got no reason to lose them. It's awesome. Well, thank you so much, Nirav, for being here. We appreciate you. And I look forward to our next meetup. Thank you so much, and run, Bambi, run.
Run, Bambi, run.
All right. I'll see you soon. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Willena. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye. All right, team. I hope you all found that so informative. I know I did. Because just to be able to see what's coming up next is even better than knowing what they had before. So I'm just so excited about that. Again, the old method of trying to do it yourself, trying to figure it out. You know, I understand there's a learning curve for anything. It's a learning curve, but we have to start getting outside of that box and starting to use technology. And when you have something as simple as hitting the run, Bambi, run, and knowing how to understand just color concepts, then yeah, you know, there's no reason not to use it. But again, like Nirav said, you have to have your business set up correctly in order for you to be able to afford using a digital software. So are there any other questions? Let's see. We have Marc that's scheduled to come up next, and his time is, let me see. Oh, we got about an hour to blow. So we got some time here, team. So I'm not sure if he's ready. I'm going to send him an email just to see if he is ready. Okay, just let me send him. Hey, Marc. If you are ready, you can come on. Marc, if you are ready, we can speak in. And I know he is the man of the hour, and I know y'all probably don't want to hear me talk for the next hour. But again, if you have any startup questions, let's get them answered, y'all. Come on, give me some questions. What do you have? Usually I don't take a whole bunch of generalized questions, but I'm here. We got some time to burn. So give me a couple of questions that you have on your startup process. Let's talk about business funding. Yeah, y'all want to talk about business funding? Yeah, I know Adam spoke about it, and he was telling you about some of the requirements, the SBA requirements, to make sure that you have the 10%, the 20% put down for SBA loans. That's a macro loan. That's for a large business loan, usually up to 50,000, I believe he said. But there are opportunities that you can, if you don't match that criteria, there are opportunities to receive other loan options like micro loans that you get through maybe your community bank. And again, you do have to have good personal credit in order to leverage that. And again, that is why it's so important, because I know a lot of you all are coming into it and you're getting those lines of credit, or you're mortgaging your home for the business, and that's okay. But again, you want to have those strategies in place. So one of the strategies in order to get your business credit going is to make sure that you have your DUNS number. With your DUNS number, you just go to dnb.com, you scroll down and it says, or it's on the top usually, it says get it done. Go ahead and get that DUNS number. It usually takes about 3 weeks for them to assign it to you. And once they've assigned you that DUNS number, then you want to start building that business credit. The best way to do that, the easiest way I found to do it, is to just start building net 30 accounts. I don't recommend that you do it directly through NAV. I know some traditionally, some of my students have tried to do it that way to build their business credit. But some of the things that we run into is that if one of the chosen vendors that you've chosen decides to not report to your Dun & Bradstreet account, if they choose not to do that for whatever reason, then you're you don't get notified in time. So I just say go ahead and have the accountability and do it directly with the company. I always say start out with JJ Gold. I have a affiliate link that I will link to the video so that you can get a 20% discount using that link. Start out with JJ Gold. They have basic stuff like candles and perfumes and some other stuff, y'all. But, we're trying to establish business credit. So just get beyond that point. Start out with JJ Gold. Once you have JJ Gold down, then go ahead. That's that first month. And then the second month, you want to add on, meaning addition to getting your JJ Gold account going. You want to add on your Uline. So again, Uline focuses on office supplies, desk, things like that. So more meaningful things to your business, all tax write-offs. So go ahead and get that line of credit established. And then the third month, you want to go ahead and get all 3 lines of credit, that JJ Gold, the Uline, and what is it, Creative CEO or CEO Creative, something like that. Buy a small box of business cards, maybe a tumbler, shirt, whatever, something with your logo on it. You don't need to have big amounts of money going out, but you do want to make a purchase on all 3 of those consecutively for at least 3 to 6 months. 6 months is better because you're building up that just like you would with your regular business. You're building up that business credit, showing people that you are responsible for your business credit. I always tell individuals that before you start this business, you really should focus on your personal credit, because most banks won't look at you until you're at a 680 with 12 months of consecutive no late fees in order to even give you any type of financing. So when I see everybody saying, oh, I want to need business credit, business funding, all that, it still does at the end rely on your business or your personal credit to get those larger lines of credit that you need starting this business. Just like Nirav just showed, we've got operational costs, we have fuel costs, we have maintenance costs, we've got this software costs, we've got driver costs. Adam showed you, vehicle costs, you'll have insurance costs, which Marc is going to go in and show you. So there's a lot of elements to starting this business that need to be looked at before you actually plug in. Okay. And so you do have that time to go ahead and get your business started up correctly. And let's do the math. That's why most businesses fail in the third year, because the first year, especially if you're doing it the right way, if you're doing it the right way, you shouldn't fail in that third year. But let's just hypothetically say, you throw it together, and that first year you're just doing the startup process. That's where you're doing your let's say you just become broker dependent. We're not talking about real ways working with me or some of these other experienced coaches, you know, like the Stephanie Harmons and the Kiera's Lanyards, you know, that have real true experience on running this business for a long length of time and have had success in the industries, you know, seek them out for their specialties. You know, we'll talk more about that later. But when you're looking to get into this business, you really want to change your mind from that corporate aspect into that entrepreneurial mindset of that you're entering into somebody else's space. If you've never been in the NEMT industry, you're new. And just like if you start a job, you know, when you should not go into the job the first 90 days telling people who you are, what you are, and how you are going to do things and how you're going to operate, and you're just starting this job. We know as mature adults that when you walk into a job, that there's already a culture there, right? So what you should do as an employee is sit back and really kind of evaluate and just see what that culture is for a period of time before you walk into it telling everyone what your demands are, like telling the brokers what you're not going to do or how much you're going to get paid, and that's too little or whatever. But if you're just basing it on what one or two other people are telling you the industry is, then you're really doing yourself and your company an injustice. So what I recommend is that you really go out and take the time to seek out some of these other individuals who are in the industry and see what they're doing, because from there, that's going to strengthen you as an overall entrepreneur rather than just a transportation provider. Because if you're running the crackhead model and just being a transportation provider, you're gonna get the revenue. But at the end of 3 years, or about 3 years, and maybe stretch it out to 5, but at the end of that mark, you're going to be left with the bag of that you've mortgaged your house, and if you didn't financially prepare and pay those things back and all that stuff, and you just run this thing dry, you're going to be like I was. You know, I'm glad I didn't own a home. I'm so glad I did not own a home, because they would have took that baby from me too. I'm telling you, I saw my Acura and I saw my Dodge Caravan like literally get repoed out the front door, out the driveway, y'all. I mean, they left streaks, I'm telling you. So don't be like I was, using the crackhead model, thinking that you can go get some insurance and that you can get a vehicle. You don't have to brand yourself. You don't have to market yourself. You don't have to advertise. You don't have to understand sales. You don't have to understand technology. Don't get out of that thinking. It's 2024. It's our breakthrough year. We're moving forward into 2025. I want us to go into 2025 understanding the true dynamics of what's involved in coming into this business. I want you all to have an understanding that when you come to work with me, or you come to work with some of these other experienced coaches, that we have in our minds that this is a business. This isn't a side hustle. This isn't just, oh, I'm going to get rich and I'm going to leave something to my children. It can be, and it will be, if you approach it in the correct manner. So I'm trying to debunk some of these myths. I'm trying to get you guys to understand where we're at, you know, in this thing, and that stop doing it the hard way. You know, get a coach, look in the industry, see what real people that are in the industry are doing, how they've achieved it. I mean, I see individuals on LinkedIn who are having podcasts about business education. I mean, seriously, you know, I'm doing my best to teach you guys and to show up for you. But, you know, don't just listen to me. I mean, but don't listen to this clatter. That's not what I'm saying. Don't listen to the clatter. Listen to real individuals who have been in this industry and can really show you by their example how to be a business owner. There's nothing wrong with looking at other people's patterns to see how they got there and creating a business plan that is exclusively for you. You know, you have to have somebody, you know, as my children, you know, as a mother, I have 6 children. Hopefully I don't get too far. I got to blow some time anyway. So let's go. I got 6 children, right? And they all have their unique personalities. Like, I started young. I was bad. I'm telling you, I was bad. Those that knew me before, but I started young, and so they all have their unique personalities. And you can see those that were raised in my teenage years. You can see those who were raised when I was going to college. You can see those who are being raised in my older years, and each one of them compare. They might, oh, you got nice mom. Oh, you got crazy mom. Oh, you got. So you have different stages of business owners also. So you, as a new startup, not understanding any of this, you really should, before you go into it, when people say, well, have you done your homework into the business, is have evaluated, taken the time to look at some of the industry leaders who are a part of where you're about to get into, you know, so that you have an understanding of what the industry is, and then make a legit decision on whether or not it's something you want to do. I promise you, I just got a phone call from one of my students yesterday who was like, Coach, I'm in holding out to let you know I can't do the business. And I'm like, okay, let's roll. Let's find something else to do. But this business is not for everyone. It's not. And I want you all to get that out of your concept. If you're going in it just to make money, we see that first year, even at doing your best, your driver might only make $28,000 to $30,000. And if that's you as the driver, that's what you can expect to get paid. Now, if you're okay with making $30,000 a year, then this is the business for you, because you can grow and continue. But if you're not, then you got to have the business funding so that you can come in here prepared, knowing that, okay, I might need 2 vehicles, or I might need 3 vehicles. I have one client who's not going to be able to leave her job because she's got a very rewarding career as an attorney. So we have to sit down and say, okay, first thing we have to do is, bam, you got to you got to have a dispatcher, you got to have a driver, you know, you got to have part-time drivers. I mean, that's the first thing, because leaving her job is not even an option. So getting into this business with your mindset on, I've got to be organized, I have to set goals, I have to hold myself accountable, I have to be responsible for my brand, I have to make sure that I am giving sufficient content, I have to be able to afford my brand, I have to be able to afford my marketing, I have to be able to afford my technology, I have to afford my website and my website designer. Before you jump in, team, take the time to develop yourself as an entrepreneur and say, okay, and understand, you know, I think one of the hardest things for me was to humble myself when I realized that I was not going to succeed in the NEMT industry, and ask for help. That was one of the most difficult challenges for me. And I think that's what Yah was trying to show me, is that you don't know everything, Willena. So I had to learn very quickly that I do need a coach. And not only did I need a coach for my transportation side, but I needed a coach on learning how to do, you know, leadership, and how to do education, how to be a better teacher, how to be a better storyteller, how to be a better communicator. All of these things I had to invest in myself. And guess what? They're all tax write-offs. And for you all as NEMT providers, they're all tax write-offs. So please use these services. I mean, I know that they may seem expensive, but again, they're tax write-offs underneath your business to get your business prepared to where it needs to be. So if you have to get a small, you know, to get a personal loan in order to get things done, that's okay, if you are targeting and using the money correctly. I have one of my students, I love her. She's like, oh, we just got the loan. We just got the loan, but I'm scared to use it. And I'm like, girl, that's what it's there for. That is what it's there for. As long as you strategically are using it, then your business will excel. But if you get a business loan and you start, I'm guilty, Starbucks, Dunkin', that money goes by so fast. So you have to be strategic on how you utilize that money to make sure that you get your cost projections done. Know that you may have to come in here with 2 vehicles. Know that you have to have technology. Know that you have to have you have to have money to be able to afford to pay for your JJ Gold transactions. All of these things are elements that have to be considered before ever starting your business. Don't wait until you're in it in order to start thinking about it like I did. Think about all these things now so that when you come to myself or you come to one of these other group coaches or coaches who have been into the industry for a while, you can come to us and we can take you from A to Z and help you to be a successful startup. Okay. We're not miracle workers. You know, we can't get you out of a situation where you purchase somebody's course and you got insurance and you got a broker's list and you think that you're just going to go. No, there's all kinds of other steps like Small Business Development Center, Apex accelerators, certifications, and, you know, all of these things that I've got to coach you through. There's, you know, and it's not just, oh, let me go ahead and get it by myself, because if you don't understand, again, the why behind what you're doing, and like Tasif broke it down, even with the search engine optimization, I keep telling my students, you got to get on social media. Hey, there goes Marc. Hey, go ahead. Hey, Marc, how are you? Welcome.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
Thank you. I'm so grateful for you saving me.
You're very welcome on that. I work well off last minute sometimes, so it gets me focused, laser focus, precision performance.
That's right. I had, right before I had reached out to you, I sent a panicked email to Nirav, and I was like, do you know anybody that does insurance? And I didn't see it until after I spoke to you. And he was like, well, I've got Marc Crawford, and he named one other. And he was like, I don't know if you're going to get them this way. And I was like, I already talked to Marc.
Nirav is, he's a great supporter of us, and we are of him and what they do at Bambi. We have a lot of mutual clients. So for us, it's a great segue. We work well together. I was actually in Jacksonville, Florida when they launched Bambi. This was 2 years ago at NEMT. So it's great to see they went and they've grown leaps and bounds. So they're a trusted partner of ours. We've worked with them from day one. And I like Nirav. He's a good guy. So when I saw when you told me that he was working with you, I said, you know what, I'll move some stuff around. But yeah, normally my schedule's pretty busy. So probably grabbing me on a Saturday was spot on.
Look, I'm so grateful because that was networking.
Yeah, networking at its finest, I'm sure. Yep. So everything's going well, though?
Yes, we are having a great time. We've been having a steady flow, and I know that you're the man of the hour. So I'm just asking everybody, go ahead and share. And thank you for coming on a little bit early. I'm going to remove myself. And I think the way that it's working is that I have to kind of add your slides from you. You have your slides on there, and I just add them on, and then you just do your thing, and then I'll come on.
So I had a quick question. Do you want me to click the present?
Yep.
Yeah. One question on this. You're gonna share my slides, or do I need to?
It works out a little quirky. I think when you put on there to put your slides on, it won't until I add them on my side. It won't allow you to be able to use them. So as soon as you add your slides on here, like you hit that present button, and then you should have.
So it says, okay, so you want me, hold on, let me do it now, just so I have not uploaded them. I sent them to you. Okay.
Yeah, it'll give you control over them. Otherwise, I'd have to
Sure. And if you want me to, I mean, this may not run the hour.
Oh, no,
but
that's okay. That's okay.
Okay. Just wanted to let you know. Just okay. Upload file. Okay, so now it's processing right now. So just
Okay.
to confirm.
Cool. And then once it finishes processing, you can put, I think it just lets you just, like, let me see. I can do mine.
I logged in briefly in Silver Nirav's, it's a split screen, so I'm going to be on the left side and then my slides will be presented as such.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I've never used this software before.
I love it. I love
Do you?
Chheda.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it looks like it works pretty well. Okay, so mine is uploaded now. I see it at the bottom.
Yep. So I'm going to add it to the stage.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
And then you have control over your slides now. And then I'm going to remove myself and let you take over, introduce yourself, and do all that good stuff. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Marc Crawford here. I'm the Director of Transportation for Swan Insurance Services. We are based in sunny San Diego, California, but we write in 42 states. Just a short background on myself. Again, I will put my contact information and you feel free to take a screenshot. I'm sure we'll share the slides at the end of the presentation. This is my direct office line. Again, Marc Crawford, I'm the Director of Transportation, Swan Insurance, Marc at swan-ins. I also put a link to my LinkedIn. The reason for that is we do, from my office, my desk, we share a NEMT Insight. And what this is a resource for newer ventures, small fleet and large fleet in the non-emergency medical transportation business that want to find partnerships, want research material, want to find out what's going on a regulatory basis in the state that you work. We can see new entrants into the marketplace. If you're looking for vehicles, let's say you're looking for non-ambulatory wheelchair vans with lifts or ramps, we have access to our preferred partnerships. Ride brokers, we are a preferred vendor with Motive Care and MTM. So, we can assist on looking at contracts. So all of those resources, I strongly recommend you register for NEMT Insights. Also, feel free to follow me and reach out on LinkedIn. Again, we have a team that works in the NEMT side. I have 16 years experience in commercial auto. So what that means for you as a transportation provider, if you're looking to get into NEMT or you're building an operation, we have expertise. We do all wheels transportation. If it doesn't move cargo or people, then I don't work with it. So again, as I said, we're in 30 plus states. I have written over 180 operators, NEMT operations, from one, a unit startup to several hundred vehicles in multiple states. So just wanted to give you that. Feel free to reach out. Use me as a resource. Again, I strongly recommend when you are looking or when you are prepared to move forward with the insurance, work with an NEMT broker, insurance broker. You don't have to work with me. I'd like you to, or at least to reach out to meet our team. But I say this because we just do fixes. We have to fix a lot of issues with new ventures and operators that haven't worked or don't work with a non-emergency medical transportation insurance broker that doesn't understand or may not have the awareness of what you need to be compliant to work in your state, in your county, with ride brokers, with managed care organizations, whether you do private pay or not. So just please make sure that you do your research and make sure that you work with an insurance brokerage that really understands the risk in NEMT. So I'll begin with our presentation with the basics. Again, I want to make sure that I speak here at a bird's eye view or macro level on really what you need. I work with, again, operators that have one unit. You may consider yourself a mom and pop, as they call them, which is I have a vehicle, I'm driving, my spouse is driving, and I want to grow, but I'm just starting out. So I'll give you a basic framework for what you need to be compliant to start working in the NEMT business. Again, very important that you understand that of your top 3 expenses, insurance will be one of them. Normally, your notes on your vehicles, your payroll, and your insurance expense are going to be the 3 major drivers with a new venture. And I'm sure you've talked about in prior presentations about building a good business plan, but you need to understand what the costs are. You need to build that out into your business plan for the first year and know, okay, I need X number of rides to generate X number of dollars to make sure that I'm able to pay the expenses. And again, your fixed expenses, insurance will always, and I hate to say, I don't like to use the word always or never, but it will be in the top 3 fixed expense costs that you have for your business. So really what you need to know is whether you're working with a ride broker, and again, a ride broker is a mode of care, an MTM, an access to care, a Verida. There are over 60 ride brokers across the US. It's going to be specific to your geographic area, your state that you work in, even the county. MCOs, managed care organizations, or if you work private pay. You need to understand first that to get your licensing, whether you're doing MPI, they'll look at your state requirements. From an insurance perspective and for a business perspective, you need to look at what the contract requires. What that means is when you start your paperwork with Motive Care, for example, and I'll use Motive Care because we have a good partnership with Motive Care. You've submitted your application. They're going to have requirements specific to the region and the state that you work in. Those are going to be higher than the state minimum requirements to run an NEMT operation. So I would not put too much time or energy into looking at what meets the minimum state requirements because it will not meet the minimum contract for you to get appointed with the ride broker to pick up rides. So again, you need to work from whether it's a ride broker contract, whether it's from an MCO, which again is a managed care organization. Simple example of that is just think you're working with a hospital group, you're working with a dialysis clinic. Whatever group you're working with, they're going to have higher requirements, and those are the contract requirements you need to look at. Again, your insurance broker will review those when you send them the contract to make sure you have those. 3 lines of coverage you need when you're getting into this business: general liability, sexual abuse and molestation, which you'll notice is called SAM, and commercial auto. Those 3 are the bare minimum lines of coverage that you'll need to be compliant with the contract. These will vary state by state. These will vary contract by contract. For this presentation, we're going to make some assumptions, and I'm going to talk about the majority of the states in the United States. So again, you'll see a map later in my presentation. We can work, I can write with our program, which is a program that has all 3 lines of these coverage, all 3 lines of coverage within one policy. We can provide that within 44 states in the US. So the majority of states in the United States, we can write our program coverage. We also have standalone markets. And what that means is if you have, let's say you have a hospital contract that requires higher general liability limits, well, we can write that as a standalone coverage to meet the contract. So again, it's all going to be based off the contracts that you obtain. And again, the contract is how you get the rides when you're working with ride brokers. So just to be aware, you need to meet those requirements. There is not flexibility in these. These are large organizations. When you're talking about ride brokers, Mode of Care being a nationwide presence, publicly traded, they are going to have requirements specific to obtaining that contract. So you have to be compliant with them from a insurance perspective to be able to finalize and ink that contract. Workers' compensation, I get asked questions about this a lot. As a new venture, as long as you do not have employees, then your owners are excluded. What that means is if you are an owner-operator, meaning you have one vehicle and you've just started your business, you will be excluded from the requirement of work comp. We will plan to set you up so when you have your first hire, your work comp will go into effect, into force. So you will have the work comp coverage for all employees. And in NEMT, the majority of your employees, again, will be your drivers. So you are required, in all states that require you to have our open market work comp, you will have workers' compensation for your drivers, your staff, and anyone that works for you and is paid W-2. And then again, I really talked about, just choose the right insurance broker. I can't say this enough. And again, my team and I in our office, we correct more mistakes than anything else. A lot of individuals will go to their local corner agent. They'll get a cheap policy. They'll pay for that policy, and then they'll submit it to the ride broker. And MTM will say, nope, kick it back out. It's miswritten, then they have to come to us. We have to write them the accurate, correct policy to meet the contract. Now they've had to pay for that. They have to pay for this. It's a lot of work for them. It's a significant amount of time that they've wasted. And again, it's not a new venture's fault. It's just there's a lot of misinformation out there. Unfortunately, insurance is very specific, again, when it comes to non-emergency medical transportation, because it's protecting the passenger in transportation. So this is what's called a livery policy, meaning I am moving somebody. So I am not driving. This is not a pure commercial auto policy or personal lines policy where it covers the driver and the vehicle. You are covering the most important asset, which is the senior. That I used to say my grandma that you're transporting from her house to her dialysis. So that is a completely different exposure because you are protecting your patients, your customers, your clients. Okay, so on ride broker contracts, you just need to understand what the limits are. At the end of the day, I talked about this in the last slide. Really, the state requirements are all, and in every case in the United States, for all states, will be less than the required limits that you'll have on a ride broker contract. Ride broker contracts will often be significantly more than the state minimum. And an example of this is in California. Minimum state requirements for NEMT is $350,000. To get a contract with a ride broker, you need $1 million. So that $350,000, if you were to get that on an insurance policy, would not meet the minimum requirement for you to be able to work for a Mode of Care or an MTM, Verida, Safe Ride, etc. You need to make sure that, and again, I'll take a step back. You are not required to work for one ride broker. So this is a question I get often asked, a little bit outside of insurance, but I'll take my insurance hat off and I'll put in my TP or transportation provider hat. And I look at everything from a transportation provider. You are the TP. So you'll be called a TP and you'll hear that a lot. So as a transportation provider, you're looking to generate rides. Okay, how do I get that? Do I get, from one ride broker, two ride brokers, private pay, MCO? Initially, when you're starting out, oftentimes you get a contract. You don't need to have just one contract. You can have multiple contracts, multiple ride brokers. But you will have a contract for each because they will do their due diligence, meaning that they will come inspect your vehicles. They'll do their compliance. They'll do their inspections. You have to apport your drivers. They'll do MVRs, and each broker is going to be different in what they require. So you're going to have a different contract, and they may have different requirements from a liability, from an insurance perspective. So just make sure that you have each contract. You share that with your insurance broker, so they are able to place accurate coverage. Again, you're not going to change limits. You're going to take the highest limits that you require, and then that will cover all your contracts. What we do is we issue what's called a certificate of insurance. And what that is just think of a personal lines policy. You have an auto ID card. This is to show your business has insurance for each line of coverage. And then at the bottom, there'll be what's called an AI, and that's an additional insured. And your ride brokers, let's say Motive Care, will want to be an additional insured on that policy, protecting them and insulating them from exposure. So you're going to have to send that. And that is proof that you have insurance and that the insurance is correct. And thirdly, that Motive Care is an additional insured listed on your insurance to protect them as an entity because you are working under them. There are certain contracts that have specific terms. So all this means is that certain contracts will want you to have endorsements to your policy. Not really going to get into the details on this. This is more for when you start to grow, making sure that when you get a health service contract, they're going to have requirements on what type of insurance carrier you're placing it with, but not something you need to be really concerned with. If you're a newer operator, if you're one or two units, if you're just starting the first or second year operation, you're probably not going to see this. Now you will as you grow in this business. And again, I'm hoping that everyone that's on this call has the understanding that you really want to grow your fleet, meaning as you start out, it's one vehicle, one driver. I have operators within the last 3 years that have grown from 1 unit to 40 units. Now they are focused, they are driven, and they want to grow a real substantial business in NEMT. Not saying that everyone wants to grow into that size operation or beyond, but you can. It's just at that point you need to make sure that you have partnerships, whether it's routing software, whether it's insurance, whether it's commercial vehicle leasing, whether it's your banking. You need partnerships that are strong to be able to grow in this business. But there is a huge upside. I believe there's as we age out as a population, there'll be a lot of opportunity in this space. So it's just making sure you position yourself well early and that you just educate. I think that you can't do enough to understand how to grow. Listen to other operators, find a mentor, ask us as professionals, what we see. Those that have been in this business for a decade will understand, how to get there. And again, there are no dumb questions in this business. I would rather you ask and want to educate rather than make rash decisions or poor decisions. On the insurance, you want to make sure that you're covering yourself as a business owner, and you want to make sure that you meet the ride broker contract and any other contracts you have. You will, as you work privately, you may have requirements for higher limits. We can write those. I put an example of there's certain hospital contracts which will require much higher limits than you'll need from a ride broker contract. We can offer those. It's called an excess policy. For this conversation, not something you need to be aware of. Just understand that if you do see a hospital contract, for example, they'll normally, let's say they'll need $5 million. Well, we write the primary one and then we write an additional $4 million over that so you can meet the hospital contract. So there are opportunities. It will cost you more on an insurance perspective. So something to budget for if you say, I know that Health South network out of Bakersfield is going to be opening up. Let's look at their contract in 6 months and see if, what the cost is to us, how many rides we'll obtain, if it's exclusive, etc. But just I want to put it out there, something that you can think about. Again, I want to keep this fairly clear because we can go very deep on some of these issues. But just have in the back of your mind that, again, as you grow in this business, there'll be other opportunities beyond just a pure ride broker contract or private pay. So this slide is a little bit challenging because each state is different. So each state is going to be controlled by the Department of Insurance, and then again will be directed by the individual DMV on what's required per state, not on a federal level. So again, as I've said, just look at the contract. The contract will give you the limits that you need, and you can just scroll down on the contract and say insurance requirements. You can just cut and paste that, send that to us, send us a contract, and we'll match that and mirror that so you're compliant. So as I said, even if it's, you go on and you're doing your MPI and it says 350 limits, that's not going to be viable to get a contract. So I wouldn't spend any time looking at what the state limits are. Just look at what the contract limits are. On a very simple basis, just expect that your commercial auto will be $1 million. So I would say 30 plus states are going to have $1 million commercial auto limit. I did make an example on the third bullet point that there are certain states that will require more. South Carolina, Indiana, Connecticut will require $1.5 million. We can write that. We have a program, we can place those states that need 1.5. Florida, conversely, state of Florida will require 300,000 limit. There are counties in Florida that will require 500K. You're not, in most states, you won't see differences in requirements by a county. Florida and Texas, you will. Texas only requires 750K. So I'm not sure, who is viewing in what states they're in, but very, very straightforward. We normally run once you complete the application, we run the state and we'll let you know exactly what you need. This is a question that I get a lot, even from new ventures. You're looking at an E350 high capacity. What that means is it's got over 12 passengers. How this works is in the state, if you have a vehicle that has 12 plus seats, you're going to be under a different requirement under a PUC, which will require 1.5 million. So one of the limitations, if you're getting into those, micro transit minibuses that can move, 12 plus passengers, you're going to have higher limits of insurance coverage. And in the majority of states, it's 1.5 million. So something to think about. I do have operators that look at getting some higher passenger count vehicles. Just be aware of that. Secondly, if you are doing student transport, a lot of new ventures are looking at any way to get rides. I want to make sure that you're understanding that student transport is a different risk than non-emergency medical transport. Now, if you're moving or if you're transporting children with disabilities, they can fall under the NEMT space on a drop-off pickup. But if you are just transporting children, let's say there's a bus route and you're in a rural area and they need someone to take up an overflow. If you're doing that, that's not going to technically fall under an NEMT policy. I do student transport, but it's a separate risk. So I would say make sure that you look at this from a pure NEMT, non-emergency med transportation. And again, that is ambulatory, which means I can move I may be on a stick or a walker. Non-ambulatory means I'm in a wheelchair. Gurney means transportation with a one-man unit. Stretcher is a two-man unit. So that all excuse me, that all falls under the NEMT umbrella. So it's just something to be aware of. Again, if you are looking at vehicles that are over 12 passengers, you're going to have to pay more on the insurance for the commercial auto. And again, the number one fixed cost in these general liability, Sam, and commercial auto is commercial auto. Commercial auto is 90% of the total cost of your insurance. So we'll talk a lot about the commercial auto piece because that's the cost to you as an operator, as a TP, and that's something that just you need to be focused on. Again, you know, we will work with you. Any good broker will work with you to make sure you get the most competitive option. But I will say, as a new venture, there are very limited markets. So I want to make sure that you understand that this isn't like your personal auto insurance when you go out and you go to Geico and you go to State Farm and you go to Farmers and you go to Allstate and you get all these quotes. That doesn't happen. There, in any given state, for a new venture, you might have two markets that will actually quote non-emergency medical transportation at a price that you can afford. So just to be aware, it's not easy to get this coverage. For us personally, if you're a new venture and you get us a full application submission, all the documents, your vehicle, your driver, your registration, your background, it will still take 10 business days to get a quote. So, when you're doing your paperwork on your submission for a ride broker contract, make sure that you start the paperwork for your insurance. It's not a call on Friday afternoon, give me a quote. We normally don't quote out. I work on the fleet side more. I will work with new ventures if they're committed and focused, but I want to make sure that you're vested in this business. And to be brutally honest, there's a 30% failure rate for new ventures in the first year. Now, people look at that as, okay, that's very high. That's really because people don't have a business plan, don't understand how to obtain the right contracts or how long it takes to get contracts, will get insurance without having a contract, or won't have an understanding of how to obtain rides. Because at the end of the day, it comes back to the ride volume and the type of ride. So how many rides are you getting? Are you doing ambulatory, non-ambulatory? What's the duration of the ride? Where are you geographically? So all things you've probably heard on the presentation today, you need to be aware of. But think about this, have a plan, and this is what I'm going to charge per ride, and this is the number of rides I'm going to get, and then all your expenses under that, and then from there you're going to have a pretty good understanding of what you need to do on a daily basis, on an hourly basis. If you're driving, how many hours you're going to put in to have a profitable NEMT business. Okay, so I'm gonna drill down a little bit now on the 3 lines of coverage. Again, just a reminder: you need general liability, SAM, which is sexual abuse molestation, and commercial auto. Again, commercial auto being 90% of the cost of your insurance, general liability and SAM being the other 10%. So normal ride broker contracts for general liability require $1 million per occurrence, $2 million aggregate. You don't need to understand that. All it is they'll pay out up to $1 million per accident. Total, they'll pay out over the policy year. The period is $2 million. So I'm fairly straightforward on that. You want to make sure that your general liability is classed correctly. What this means is a classification code in insurance. You are doing a different type of transportation. So if you have a general liability for your location, let's say your retail location, that is not the same general liability exposure that you're going to have when you're transporting patients from point A to point B. So just make sure you're classed correctly. Something that you will need to be aware of, and again, this is just food for thought. You need to understand what you're going to do. And this is a tough question because oftentimes when you're picking up contracts, you're saying, hey, I'm going to do any ride that they give me. Well, the difference between the type of ride is where you pick up that passenger. Is it on it's called curb to curb. So that means the patient that you're picking up is standing outside on the curb and you are taking them to the dialysis clinic and you are dropping on the curb. That is a pure curb to curb. You're not putting hands normally on a wheelchair. On that, if you are, then it's up the ramp, locked in, secured, and moved. Door through doors mean you're actually entering the premises to assist that patient through the door. Different exposure. Door to door, excuse me, is to the door. You're putting hands on the wheelchair. You're taking them down the ramp, onto the driveway, out of the driveway, onto the vehicle. Door through doors mean you're actually you're going into the residence, and that is a different exposure. You need to make sure that you have that coverage. If you're doing gurney work, taking it a step further, if you're doing stretcher work, you're going to be going door through door. There are some liability issues that arise when you are actually entering someone's premises and assisting that individual, let's say from a bed onto a gurney or a stretcher. So beyond scope of this conversation, but something to be aware of. You will hear that if you attend NEMTAC, which I strongly recommend, which is our annual conference convention yearly for NEMT operators. They talk a lot about that. And in some of the breakout sessions, there's a good opportunity for you to learn about different opportunities, and with that, some of the exposures that come with those. Sexual abuse and molestation. This is a line item coverage, meaning it's a coverage that's required via contract for your ride brokers. Will also be required for MCOs, think hospitals. It's not a state requirement. So just to be aware, you're not going to see this under the New Jersey Department of Insurance is not going to require this, or any other state for that matter. Normally, we write it in a combination, which is we write a general liability and a SAM coverage policy. It's going to be a much less expensive option than to go with standalone SAM coverage. Not the easiest coverage to get. Not a lot of claims in sexual abuse and molestation. It's a little bit, the word is a little bit strange. You'll see claims, and an example is someone that's putting on a seatbelt, assisting someone in a wheelchair, may have brushed their arm or their shoulder. It's an elderly individual that may have said something happened. They tell the kids say, hey, this was, my parent was touched inappropriately, and it becomes a claim. So we actually saw a claim on that. They had 360 cameras that showed that there was the driver was merely assisting on the four-point securement, and that the passenger in the wheelchair did not want the seatbelt locked in. So, or secured, fully secured. So on that case, it's fairly straightforward. We do not see a lot of claims when it comes to this, but it is a required coverage. Again, as I said, on the camera side, I strongly recommend that you spend for a camera system. Two types of camera system: front facing, which just looks out in case of an accident. 360 means internal, external. It will save you from a number of serious issues that can arise in regard to he said, she said, when dealing with passengers, specifically passengers that have cognitive limitations, some of our senior population that have challenges, mobility and otherwise. So we can assist you with that. We have preferred relationships. We have a program which the cost of cameras is embedded in the insurance pricing. So it's part of your insurance package. But as a new venture, can't say how important or can't really stress how important it is to have camera systems for you as the owner. It will protect you. It'll protect your passengers. It'll protect your bottom line because you're going to be able to control your cost of insurance. And we are going to have accidents, but even with accidents, we're going to have the documentation. So you have front-facing camera, it notifies you first known loss. So your driver hits someone in the front, automatically you get an alert. That it reports, submits a claim. In this business, you're going to have claims, you're going to have accidents, but it's the speed in which those are resolved. So, with that, they're going to pull the camera information. Okay, here's the damage. They can assess it. It was the police report was issued, and then they can close a claim, pay, and you move on. So, something that I have seen over the last decade, the integration of operators that use cameras and how they have fared over those that don't. It's a no-brainer to me. Again, commercial auto, this is going to be your pain point when it comes to price, the cost. This is what you're going to, what you're really going to have to plan for in your first year of operation. Again, I told you it's a livery. What a livery policy is transportation of an individual. Again, it differs from a regular commercial auto policy or personal lines policy or any other policy because it covers your passenger and transportation. So I've had people that have sent me their personal auto insurance with with one of the additions of, they were doing Uber. So it had the Uber endorsement, not viable, not even close, not going to cover anything related to an exposure in NEMT. So there is no personal lines policy that will cover any NEMT operation. So if you are transporting an individual without a commercial auto NEMT policy, that passenger has zero coverage because it is in the course of business. It's an NEMT exposure. So just something to think about. And I put these in because I've seen it all. And unfortunately, I like to educate my new operators about what not to do. It's a lot easier just to plan and do it the right way. And then you will not, you don't have the issues that I see some operators have. So not to get too deep on the three parts of a commercial auto policy, but you have auto liability, physical damage, and then what you need to know about is loading, unloading. On this, auto liability is damage or if you hit somebody else. So that liability is the coverage that you have. You hit someone else, you damage their vehicle, or you injure them, then they have bodily injury. That covers you. Physical damage covers your vehicle. The damage done to your vehicle, you hit somebody else, or someone hits you and drives off. That's uninsured motorist, or you hit a pole. So physical damage is just the protection on the van. So auto liability, you hit someone else, you hit something else. Physical damage is damage to your vehicle. Loading, unloading is the coverage of that individual that's in the wheelchair, let's say, that you're ramping from the curb up onto the ramp into the vehicle. That's loading. When you get to the facility, unsecuring them, bringing them down the ramp, and placing them in front of the doors to access the dialysis facility. That's unloading. So make sure that in your policy you have that coverage. One of the three largest claims you'll see that I've seen have been loading and unloading issues. Bariatric patient fell out of a wheelchair. So $4 million claims on these. So just to be aware of. Not going to go into uninsured motorist. It's just something to be aware of. Again, that's uninsured, underinsured. Someone hits you, they drive off. That you want to make sure that you have some limit of uninsured motorist. If you have a larger fleet, not as important if you have a small fleet, and it's dependent on the state on what the coverage is. So I just put it on there. Again, if you have questions, easy to reach out to your broker and ask. Again, expect to pay $1 million for the limits of commercial liability. And again, for those 3 policies, if they require a higher limit, which some policies do, then we just write the excess policy. Again, that normally is done at a time which you've submitted for the contract. They send back the requirement from compliance saying you need to have this limit of insurance to obtain the contract. Then from you as a business owner's side, we'll look at it and say, okay, this makes sense because we're going to generate X number of rides from this, and then it makes sense from a financial perspective to obtain the higher limit of insurance. Workers' comp, we talked about. Contractually, you'll be required to have workers' comp when you have your first employee. So on the ride broker contract, so on Motive Care, it'll say work comp requirement when you have employees. So just to plan for that, it's another expense. It's outside the line of the NEMT coverage, the general liability, the SAM, and the commercial auto. But you will need work comp once you have employees to protect the employees. It's dependent on state. Most are $1 million workers' compensation policies. You are excluded. So if you're a new venture, yourself, your spouse, you have individuals in the household that are working for you, you're excluded as owners on the company, as owners of the company, excuse me. You do not need to have work comp on yourself because you'll exclude yourselves. If you have contractors, you will need work comp. Technically, if you have volunteer drivers at a certain level, you'll have to have work comp too. So just something to plan for. Normally I say once you have payroll, once you're structuring that, we add the comp, we roll the comp in at that point. And then you can do a pay-go option on comp, which just pulls directly from payroll, biweekly or monthly, depending, or weekly, depending on how you're structured payments to your drivers. Again, I talk about this a lot. Don't have to work with me. Don't have to work with our team. Make sure that you go with an NEMT specialized brokerage. It's very important because this is such a specific industry that it can be very costly and or put you out of business if you don't have the right coverage. So, I would say just ask the broker what's the difference between ambulatory, non-ambulatory transport. If they can't tell you that right on the phone, then I would definitely go and look at another broker. Again, this isn't, I'm not selling myself. We have a very large book of business. I'm happy to assist, but again, we qualify our clients. We make sure that you're committed, that you want to work and grow an NEMT operation into a fleet operation. So we'll work with you, we'll partner with you, but we're not a quote brokerage. And if you do go, with a quote brokerage, just make sure that they understand what they're doing. Again, I care about each and every transportation provider, and I want to make sure that you have the right coverage so it doesn't put you and your family at risk for losses and liability. Again, you've got to understand the ride broker contracts. I'm sure that you've had other speakers that have talked about obtaining ride broker contracts. You need to understand that there's a timeline from if you're going after access to care, you've submitted paperwork, you need to understand when to get the insurance in that process. You do not want to be paying the insurance premium for vehicles that are sitting before you've inked a contract. So I can provide timing on when to bind the coverage. Now, you need to have all your information submitted. You need to have that ready to go, but then hold on binding until you're ready to ink that contract. We talk with case managers, MCO, territory reps all the time. We're a preferred broker with the majority of large national ride brokers. So we know the territory reps. We can support you in facilitating contracts. Again, you still have to have that in your business plan. You know, we're not here to be business consultants. You have a business consultant, but we are here to support you and expedite, speed up that process for you. And again, what's an advantage is having with the number of fleets that I have on the books, the ride brokers know us. They know Marc, they know Swan NEMT programs. They know us. So we have that relationship, which goes a long way. That they trust what we do on our side. Again, we can work on your behalf with authorization. We send out your proof of insurance, which is called your COI, and do your AIs, which is the requirement you have by contracts. Again, I clean up a lot of ventures that don't follow the 4 rules. So, you know, if you want to go through and just ask these questions, if you're, let's say, you know, there are going to be individuals on this call that maybe are further along, you know, just ask the broker, you know, that you're working with. Do they understand these? And just ask these 4, you know, do you understand the difference between ambulatory and non-ambulatory? You know, what's a bride broker contract? You know, can you talk to case managers? And, you know, you're authorized to work for bride brokers. So you get those 4, pretty quickly you figure out if they know what they're doing or they don't. But again, as a business owner, I want to make sure that you're using your time and you're getting accurate and correct advice. You know, we want to set you up to succeed and not to waste your time. So here's this is what we do on our side on a submission. You've already submitted your vendor contract. So let's say you've already got a motive care. You're going to send us a copy of registration. You have a new vehicle. We'll just use an example, a new venture. You have a new vehicle. You've got it registered. You're sending us that over. We're going to, through our program, we'll install DDS, which is your driver safety. If you need an e-filing, we do this all on the back end. The state might require this. If it's a 1.5 million state, we file that form directly with the DMV, but we also send you the copy of your proof of insurance that if needed, you can provide to the DMV. We issue your general liability, we issue your SAM coverage. And again, we work off the ride broker contract, so the vendor contract, and we want to make sure that, you know, you're in a process where that's the final requested piece of documentation before they do the inspection of your vehicles or drivers or MVRs of drivers. So you're pretty far along the line on that. So again, talk to your business advisor, your consultant. You know, I'm sure there's a lot of value in this today on some of the speakers on what they can do for you, and just make sure that you have this mapped out. So again, you're not paying for insurance with a vehicle that's sitting, or you haven't inked the contract, and then you're waiting for the contract to be approved. I would use the resources from NEMTAC. It's, again, look up NEMTAC. I'll share a link. I'm happy to do that. Accreditation commission that will allow you to do your training for your drivers. You've got the PASS certification. I strongly recommend you do the PASS certification. You will get, all your drivers would get I don't know if you can see that, the Certified Transportation Specialist patch. Put that on your arm. All your drivers will be authorized or will be approved. You also get the decals for the vehicles. So I like their program, their training program. I recommend that you do it for your drivers. It also shows a higher level of professionalism when you're picking up drivers on that. There are a lot of different courses that you can take when you're starting out, but you will be required to, with most insurance programs in the NEMT space, to have your drivers certified. So the PASS certification is a good certification to take your drivers through, and I recommend all owners do it as well. I've done it. I've gone through multiple courses. I've also done stretcher training and a gurney wheelchair securement. So as you move forward in this industry and you expand your operation, NEMTAC is a good resource for you to use for the compliance, for the training, for the certification. So this slide is slightly dated. We've had some changes, but just to let you know where we write, we're fairly expansive on our operations. So I think as of 9/1, we're in 41 states across the U.S. So again, we can handle your NEMT operations in the majority of states. We do not have New York. We do not have Washington. We do write Connecticut, but outside of our program. So again, we're open for business in the majority of states. So just again, to be aware, this is for our access to our program. And again, our program is the 3 lines coverage, the commercial auto, general liability, and SAM coverage. Also for new ventures. With that being said, again, it's a 10-day turnaround time. We need to make sure you have all your documentation. And I will put out just this is a tough question, and I debate whether we'll talk about pricing, but I would say ballpark, and this can be within the US, expect to pay anywhere from $9,000 to $12,000 a year for all lines insurance for your first year. So what that means is when you have the NEMT program insurance, and I'm going to just make some assumptions now that you have, a wheelchair van, a Sienna, ramp van, and 2 drivers, you are going to look at 15 or 20% down the cost of insurance, and then they're going to split that out monthly over a 10 payment. So expect, let's just keep it simple and say you're going to pay $10,000 the first year for all lines, $2,000 is your down payment, and then you're going to split that to $800 a month after that, approximately. So just be aware that, again, as I said, it's one of your highest fixed expenses. It's not easy to get a new venture coverage because there's a lot of exposure, and a lot of insurance carriers have lost a lot of money insuring new ventures. So that being said, there are states that it's going to be higher. I'll be realistic. In Florida, you're probably closer to $15,000 a unit. California, $12,000 a unit. Then throughout the Midwest, maybe slightly less, $8,000 a unit. So, but a good base point to think of when you are putting your business plan together about the cost of insurance. So I'm gonna leave it at that. Again, I think you have a Q&A after this, so I will let your coach run that. But I am open to any questions you have on the insurance side. Feel free to reach out to me, and I'd be happy to assist and at least point you in the right direction, or give you some time with my staff to assist in the growth of the NEMT side.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Marc. Oh my goodness. I learned so much. Like, I'm telling you, I'm constantly learning and growing in this industry because there is so much to learn. Just all the points, even the difference. I mean, I'm guilty of the stretcher and the gurney, one person gurney.
Yeah.
I got it right. And 2-person stretcher.
Yeah, you got it. There we go. See, look, I like that. I only ask you take away 1 to 3 pieces of good information from my presentation, then it's a win for me as well. So I'm really glad. And it's one of the things where I have 10 years pure NEMT, ambulance, EMT. So I've seen it all. So I like to trickle down and say, okay, what can we use? And we have a lot of information. And sometimes in insurance, we get so wordy. And I go, I'm big on simplicity. Let's keep it simple. Let's understand where we're coming from, with the understanding that, okay, we're going to protect you and your operation, and you're going to learn something along the way. But it's definitely a learning, we're in an industry that's growing. So
Yes.
we have a lot of people that are learning, and it's good to have educators like yourself have a good a pool of professionals that are specialized, and then bring them together so they can share their wealth. So,
Yes.
but thank you. I
Yes.
appreciate that.
I thank you. I'm just so grateful to have you on. And it's, and I do want to encourage everyone, because I too have my accreditation. I haven't rolled out with it yet, but I'm more going to be going more towards the healthcare side of
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
NEMT they got this thing solid with the transportation side.
Yep.
So, and it is a great resource, like you talked about PASS, and PASS through CTAA, or get it at the NEMT. They are very wonderful resources to have. I had to go through PASS and through PASS hands-on for the the wheelchair operations, and it's so important.
And if you could do that, if you can do the, I think there's some good opportunity to do the stretcher too, because there's a lot of work going to that gurney stretcher as well, and they're just opening that up. And that's something where I've done it hands-on, and to get your entire fleet of all your guys, once you do it, you understand the difference. Like, okay, now we're doing a stretcher. This is the real deal. Like, we're blurring the lines, but it's a good way to understand and get your drivers to see, okay, I'm just helping people like that are can ambulatory to non-ambulatory in wheelchairs, and then to the gurney with limited mobility. But yeah, there's a lot of good resources out there. I think it's something that oftentimes I get questions well beyond insurance, and I don't have any problem with that, but I want to make sure that if I'm sending someone, it's to a good, strong resource where they're going to get the answer to their questions. Because I'm not big on, okay, well, go to this. Let's direct them to whether it's an association, whether it's an individual that is a subject matter expert, can provide that information and get them the information they need so they can move forward.
That's right. That's right. And that is the goal. I mean, because the industry is changing so rapidly with the introduction of technologies, and I love the fact that you broke it down on these insurance costs, because in South Carolina, I'm in South Carolina. We're at 1.5, and I had a point on that too, because I just got off the phone with one of my students who is down in the Texas area, and we know Texas and Florida are overly saturated, and it's a little crazy. It's like the wild, wild west of NEMT down in those areas.
It is, without a doubt.
So
yeah,
all the way. And so one of the things that we were looking at with, she just got a new funding. And so she was looking at, where can I consolidate some of my costs? And she was like, can I take away from my advertising? I was like, absolutely not. That's where you need to put most of your resources, right? But we recognized that on her insurance, she went with the brokerage insurance, but she doesn't qualify for being a broker because she's only one vehicle, right?
Yep. Yeah.
So we were like, okay, well, maybe we can do some adjustments in that broker protocol right now and just go down to the necessary insurance requirements that you need. You save yourself tons of money on that, and you can reallocate those resources. So I love the fact that you talk about that, because it also can trickle down, not only going up to work with the brokers, but if you are state specific and you are just focusing on self-pay, then maybe you don't need that amount of coverage right now, that you do need something that's maybe a little bit more simple, but that will give you that same coverage that you need.
That's a very good way to look at it. I shared from new ventures are normally going for the ride broker because they want the guaranteed trip. If you have the private pay option, I love private pay. Private pay allows you to build your own network. You market directly on a long enough timeline. I think the ride brokers for a lot of these, like let's say dialysis patients, is just going to be a transactional. They want to use the same company, the same owner. They want to know the same drivers. It's perfect. It's a much lower expense on insurance. But the challenge I have with it is once you drop your limits, then you've closed the loop on ride brokers. So suddenly someone's doing well private pay, but they have a vehicle that's sitting 3 days a week. They can't go back to the ride broker because they've dropped their limits. So it's at that point where if you have enough private pay, I would say, in a perfect world, if you had 100% private pay, stick with private pay. There's no reason to compete in the brokerage market if you have the direct customer. It's non-transactional, it's relationship. In our business, we are not a transportation company, we're a relationship company. People stay with you. Our seniors will stay with our TPs that are very good and personalized. They know first names, they know last names, they know pickup times, they're not late. They work with the same people year in and year out. So yeah, kudos to her on that. And that is an option. And again, something that you can think of, and I'm sure on a strategy session, that's a whole different topic about how to market into private pay, how to build your private pay clientele, and to be, I have very successful Orange County, La Jolla, pure private pay operators that, we're very affluent here in Southern California. So a lot of individuals want that personalized transportation, but I have operators that do very well that have from day one done pure private pay and have no need for that ride broker model, because I respect the ride brokers. They're an integral part in getting our seniors healthcare, but there's an old adage, ride brokers will make a new venture broke. The ride brokers will make you broke. And you hear it all the time. And unfortunately, I disagree with this statement. Unfortunately, the new operator is going to make themselves broke because they're going to take a cost per ride that's not going to pencil out on paper. And do the quick math, pencil it out on the back of a napkin. Does it make sense? Here's my expenses. Here's what I'm making per ride. If it's not in the black, then it's in the red, and you want to say no and move on to the next one. So, but no, very, very good point. And I do appreciate that. And that's that's the polar of what, we talk about on the ride broker side, but definitely a very good avenue to go, and probably an underserved avenue that a lot of people don't think of, because it's, hey, how do I get this ride? How do I get this ride? How do I get this ride? So
yeah, that's exactly what I'm glad you said it, because at least they have somebody to confirm it. That's what I teach my students, is that brokers, of course, we want to bridge the healthcare disparities, and we want to help those that are having transportation difficulties. Yes, but that's our low-hanging fruit. I have witnessed myself individuals who are very affluent not being able to find transportation to their loved ones because there's nobody there on the websites. They don't have marketing. So they can't find these individuals. Everybody's sucking up to the brokers, and but you got people that are willing to pay for discreet luxury care services and transportation, and not just to look at it from a transportation side, but look at it as a business ownership side, where we're saying, okay, we're providing a service. So what other things can I link with that service to provide outside of just transportation? So I'm so grateful for this conversation. It's been very enlightening. I hope everybody goes back and watches this thing over and over again. It has been so wonderful. If there's anybody, if you guys have questions, I know, we talk about some big words here. We got commercial insurance, Sam insurance.
It gets complicated really fast. So there are no dumb questions in this business. I would much rather, as I said, have someone reach out and ask and go, I didn't understand any of that. And that's fine, because it's taken me 10 years and there are things that I learn every single day in this industry, because as you said, it's still, we're at we're like a 2-year-old, right now. And who knows what we're going to be in 10 years? We're growing in leaps and bounds, and it's some states are the Wild West, and other states are too much compliance and they're changing. But what's going on today is not what's going to happen a year from now, because I can look back and say, I can tell you the changes from the ride brokers over the last 5 years has been like night and day. And there are new entrants all the time. Privatization, your MCOs are looking for stronger direct relationships because of the discharge rates. They want to pare down. They don't want I'm just going to just pull no punches with this. They don't want the glorified Uber driver picking up, with no credentialing and no background, because the exposure is on the hospital now. And there's been cases, in multiple states. There's litigation right now. So I don't think that's your competition. It's being more, like you said, a boutique service. There's a lot of opportunity, and even with earmarked state money. So it's just making sure that you've got the medical billing piece down, that you're doing that the right way, or using a third party that's going, the TPA that's going to be able to bill for that. So, yep, but without a doubt. So,
yeah. Well, I am so grateful. It doesn't look like we have any questions. I'm telling you, this has been such a fantastic day for me. I'm like, whoop, whoop. I was listening to Carrie Underwood all week long. I'm champion. I'm like, yay, we getting it here in South Carolina. So
that's awesome. I'm so glad I was able to help, to step in and assist. And you're going to do great things. And I'm glad you're out there assisting these newer ventures, coaching them, mentoring them, and allowing them, to be able to listen to us. I mean, again, I really appreciate that you pulled a couple things out of my presentation, because that's all I asked for. I don't want people to dwell on, okay, this is so much insurance information going, oh, I didn't know that. And that's something I'm going to think about. And oftentimes it may take a year or two. And as I said, I have an operator that came in, this is 3 years ago, March. He had one unit. Now he just got his 40th unit. And now it's 3 of them. They're partnership. They've got an MCO contract. I mean, that's in 3 years. One vehicle to 40 vehicles is amazing. And they're doing fantastically well. So it's, there aren't the limitations. It's just what you want to do. Conversely, if you're the mom and pop and you just want to run 2 units and you have some private pay, I think it's a great business. It's your business. Just, make sure it's done the right way.
That's right. That's
right.
On.
Oh,
man. And we have a comment here. Michelle says, lots of good information so that we can understand what we are getting into. I'm loving it.
Right on. There we go.
Michelle is one of my coaching students. We started out with her business plan, and we just segued right on into the coaching, and she's just been doing an excellent job. So excellent. Yes, thank you so much, Michelle, for that comment. Well, thank you so much, Marc, for this day, for being here for me, and every wonderful thing. And I know this, I'm going to go back, I'm going to rewatch this, and I encourage everyone to reach out. Like, seriously, I can't stress it enough that this is an industry that was here before any of us got here, that have individuals who have been in this industry for years, who are experienced, so go over to those professional organizations like NEMT and do your research. Look at what's going on in transportation, understanding that. Go over onto LinkedIn and start getting networked in and start looking at what other people are doing. This isn't just about the make a 6-figure in 1 year business. That's not what this is. This is a long-term investment, and it has to be handled wisely. So
very true, and great to use the resources around you. I rarely find a fleet owner that won't spend 15 or 30 minutes talking to a new venture, because they've all been there. And what's nice about this is we are a very sharing community. We're a new community, but we're all learning, and we're learning together. So as I said, I am open and receptive. I use LinkedIn a lot for my fleet clients, but I enjoy having a conversation with a new venture and goes, hey, can I talk to someone that has 30 vehicles? And I'll put them in contact with them. And I've yet to have a time when one of my fleet guys is not going to take 15 or 30 minutes. Now, it may be a week out because, he's running a lot of vehicles, but he or she will pick up the phone, will take the call. And I mean, I think it's like learn from individuals that have done it, that have, that have built big operations and have gone through all the challenges that you go through as a new venture, like any business. But yep, the resources are there. Again, I'll share we do an insights with, I partner with all of, we have strong partnerships with a myriad of different operational structure groups, whether it's software routing, vehicle purchasing, financing, all these different professionals, all working in the NEMT space. So it's good to go directly, to the source and have individuals that know what we're talking about. But again, I appreciate you reaching out to me. I'm glad and hope I was able to add some value to your day. And again, we're here to support operators. Again, whether you're 1 unit or 500 units, we'll be there and continue to support your growth.
Oh,
So, Willena, I appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate you too. Thank you so much, Marc,
Okay.
for being here.
Have a good one. Be well. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, team. I hope you enjoyed, because I'm telling you, that was a smorgasbord of knowledge and wealth of information. So many nuggets from all different avenues of the industry that you all can have to go back, rewind, listen to, take notes, begin to really understand the industry that you are getting into. All right. So if there are any questions, I'm here. If you have any questions, I'm not going to stay on here too long. We've been going for 5 hours. And so if there's anything that you all have questions on getting started, I'm more than happy to assist you. Again, make sure that you get signed up over on my website, www.nemtstartup.net. Subscribe to my newsletter. Go ahead and get that group coaching. Just go ahead and sign up for it. Send a screenshot through email, whatever, and I'll get you in so that we can start with that new class that's starting up. If you want the one-to-one mentorship, go ahead and just email me directly, and I will send you out the information for that. And let's get busy. Let's start using this and get out of that corporate mindset, get into the entrepreneurial mindset, understand that this is an actual industry that you are becoming a part of. It's not just I'm a new transportation provider, but you are a business owner. So let's just start focusing in on that, and let's finish out 2024 with the new knowledge that we gained. Let's get those business plans going so that we can go ahead and take 2024, the end of 2024, and start plugging it in for 2025. Get those financial projections going. Think about all of the other avenues, the branding, the marketing, the advertising, the insurance, the technology that needs to be involved in starting this venture. Don't just go it alone. Get help, get assistance, ask questions. And if the people that you purchase programs from, they can't answer these type of questions, then they're not your people. So I look forward to assisting each and every last one of you. I'm glad you're here, and we are going to continue to give more and more resources to those of you that are in need. All right, y'all, I don't see any more questions. So until next time, I say shalom, shalom, and be blessed. Amen.